Okay, today's Thursday, June 20th, 9 a.m. We'll call the LCCMR committee to order. We will have a long day today, all the way till 3. We'll have lunch break in between. So first on our agenda here is roll call in attendance.
Gibson. Here. Gibson present. Hanson. Hanson.
Here.
Her present. Acom. That was a yes.
Present.
Acom present. Albrecht.
Here.
Albrecht present. Backer.
Backer here.
Backer present. Faber.
Faber present.
Faber present. Green. Green. Heinzman. Heinzman. Hollins.
Hollins present.
Hollins present. Langseth.
Langseth present.
Langseth present. Moore.
More present.
Moore present. Pikel.
Michael present.
Pikel present. Putnam. Putnam. Reese.
Reese present.
Reese present. Westrom. Westrom. Currently, there are 11 members present.
Okay, members, we have quorum. And next on our agenda is approved minutes for June 10th.
So approved.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the minutes approved, say aye.
Aye.
Same sign. All right, June 10th minutes is approved. Okay, members, any reporting of conflict of interest today?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Council Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to report conflicts of interest on projects 2025-078, Bradley Hines, Agrivoltaics 2.0, Building a Resilient E-Farm, 2025-241, Joel Tullochson, Foundational Precision Agriculture Data to Reduce Environmental Impacts. And that is it.
Okay, thank you, Council Reese. Any other conflict of interest? Okay, I see a hand there, Lisa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to report a conflict of interest on proposal 2025-182, Lake Zumbro Park water access and site improvements.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Council Moore.
Thank you, Chair Hurd. I'd like to report a conflict of interest for 2025-309, Moose fecundity and recruitment.
Okay, thank you. Any other conflict of interest? Okay, that has been recorded, and later as we go through our presentation here, perhaps staff can remind us if there's any part of the discussion. Okay, then now we are on schedule of our presentation. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Nash.
Good morning, members. Just wanted to go through some logistics for the day. As the chair said, we have presentations today from 9 to 2:30. And then those are followed by 2 items of business: approving work plans for projects funded in 2024, and then updating operational procedures, including to reflect law changes in this past legislative session. The meeting will likely wrap up around 3 p.m. and then at 3:15 or 15 minutes after the meeting adjourns, the strategic planning subcommittee will be meeting, and that meeting is scheduled until 5:30. Tomorrow presentations will be for the full day from 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. As members requested, proposals in category H that were selected by 6 or more members are scheduled for 8-minute long presentation slots. And we instructed them that would be 4 minutes for presentations and 4 minutes for Q&A. Those go until 11:47 when we'll have a 15-minute long presentation. And then after lunch, which will start at 2:02 p.m., we'll keep rolling with more 15-minute time slots. And those are 5-minute long presentations and 10 minutes for Q&A. Scheduling conflicts did not allow the presentations to completely go in order or perfectly by priority category. So they're also not in the same order as shown on your evaluation form. So the chair will announce at the beginning of each presentation, the category, the proposal ID number, and the title, and then the line number that is on your evaluation number 2 form. I just want to thank Tom and Noah for putting together the schedules. It was a big job to schedule 126 presentations, and there were quite a few conflicts that they worked out. So that was a big sliding number puzzle, and I just want to give a shout out to them. The presentation schedule is posted on the meeting page, and that version provides a direct link to the proposal online in case you want to view it during the presentation. You can also access the proposal, of course, in the online system. We provided evaluation instructions and a spreadsheet by email to you on Monday, the 17th. Your individual evaluations and allocations will need to be entered into the spreadsheet and submitted to staff or entered into the online system by 4:30 p.m. on Wednesday, July 10th. For presenters and members, Tiffany today will be in charge of the timer that we can see here as members, as the members in person, and then it also shows up in a window on Zoom. And so we do ask that presenters and members, monitor yourselves to try and keep within the time allowed. The chair may cut you off if we are running behind, but if we are far ahead, certainly allow more time. Members also agreed that projects over $1 million could take more time. If we do get too far ahead, though, we may need to take a break to get back on schedule. Just a reminder, members need to turn on your microphones, flip the switch on if you want to ask questions. And then expense reimbursement forms. The preference is if you could use one form for meetings this week, submit it next week, and then another form for the meetings next week and submit that. So two forms for all 5 meetings. Then we'll discuss what happens at lunch at that time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Nash, I wanted to make sure when we got our your clarifications of the evaluations that we will be giving, turning into you from this. And I wanted to make sure, and I should probably know this, but I wasn't exactly sure. We're not doing like a number this year. Did I understand what I was reading? And what are we going to say? We either say funding or no funding, and then say if it's at full or some reduced amount if it's not under 250.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, yes, and there is an instruction form that was emailed to you, so we can make sure that you get that again. But yes, we always ask that you evaluate the proposals according to the 10 evaluation criteria that LCCMR has approved. And then you will be able to allocate funds to a proposal of your choice, and allocating funds means you are basically showing your interest to select that project. And then you can allocate the amount that you feel is appropriate.
Yes.
If it is for one of the small projects, it has to be for the full amount.
Right.
If it's for one of the larger projects, it has to be at least $250,000. And then when we get your scores in, members will put the projects in order based on the number of people allocating funds to a project. And that's gives us the rank. And then we'll calculate the average amount from those allocating to that project to determine an amount. And then we'll go down that list and put a cutoff when we get to the amount that's available. And that will be your initial agreement. That might result in an over allocation or an under allocation. And those are things that will provide some options for you if that does happen for you to kind of work through on July 31st.
Again, that's where my confusion is. Are we going to give this a score to you? I mean, I don't see a box where it says, whether it's 8, 9, 10, or anything like that? Or we're just gonna say $0, or we say fund at so much?
Correct. So
That's
we-
what we'll be turning into
Yep,
you.
exactly.
Right. No,
Yep.
I know about the 10 things we
Yep.
look at, so on, but before, right? I mean,
Yep.
last year, we don't do that. It's
Right.
just, okay,
It's
that's
just
what I
you're
wanted.
Selecting it and the dollar amount,
Yep.
and if you are doing this by paper, you'll want to remember to round to the nearest
Yes.
$1,000.
$1,000.
Yep.
Yep. If you're doing anything but
If you're,
full,
yep,
yes.
exactly.
All right. Thank you, Director Nash,
You are welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Director Nash, for setting a guideline for us today. We're gonna go on the first evaluation here on your sheets. The first one is at 9 AM, but right now it's nearly 9, about 9:15. Each presenter will have 8 minutes. The first one on agenda here is University of Minnesota Duluth, roadside exposure in Minnesota carnivore. The line number is 116. Proposal ID is 2025-063. If Mr. Michael Joyce is the presenter, if you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Michael Joyce. I'm a wildlife ecologist with the Natural Resources Research Institute in Duluth, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk about this proposal. Rodenticides are often used to control rodent populations to protect crops and food, to reduce disease exposure and prevent property damage, and to prevent ecological damage. Anticoagulant rodenticides, which I'll refer to simply as rodenticides going forward, are one class of rodenticides that interfere with blood clotting factors. While they're effective for rodent control, these products have the same negative effects to non-targets such as predators that either consume the bait directly or consume rodents that have consumed the bait. And so this risk is really present both to mammals and raptors, but I'm strictly going to focus on mammals with this proposal. Recent studies have shown that exposure to rodenticides by wild carnivores is shockingly widespread, being documented virtually everywhere studies have evaluated exposure. Numerous countries across states and provinces in North America and many different species of carnivores. Bobcats and fishers in particular have been documented with high exposure rates, and studies have shown that the rodenticide exposure that they're receiving can be high enough both to kill individuals and to have population level effects. So this is really an emerging issue. It's receiving a lot of global attention right now, a lot of concern for conservationists, but data on rodenticide exposure in Minnesota's carnivores is currently lacking. And so the main goal of this project is to collect foundational data on rodenticide exposure, focusing on Minnesota's bobcat and fisher populations because of their perceived vulnerability. We will work with DNR partners to collect samples from road-killed and trapper harvested bobcats and fishers and test them for 11 different first and second generation rodenticide compounds. And we'll use the data we collect to address 3 main objectives. First, to determine current prevalence of rodenticide exposure in these species. We would be thrilled and would just love to see low levels of exposure, but given recent studies elsewhere, we anticipate finding high levels of exposure in both species. Second, we would use the data to evaluate factors that influence rodenticide exposure risk so that we can evaluate exposure pathways and map exposure risk across the entire state. And we'll consider a variety of factors in this analysis, and I'm happy to chat more about those during the Q&A if folks have questions. And then third, we want to use the data on health and reproduction from the carcasses that we're collecting to evaluate negative consequences of rodenticide exposure to carnivore health and reproduction. So why is this important? There's 3 major outcomes and impacts from this project that we believe would benefit the citizens in Minnesota. First, there has not previously been a study evaluating rodenticide exposure risk in Minnesota's carnivores, and so prevalence, routes of exposure, and potential population effects are currently completely unknown. Bottom line is we need more data to determine whether this is something we should be paying more attention to. Second, the results of this study will be of high value to management and conservation of these species. We've engaged the DNR and other partners while developing this proposal to ensure that the results would have high management value. High exposure rates in bobcats and fishers would likely indicate risk to other predators. And so we see this as sort of a first step. And understanding the factors that influence exposure to rodenticides would allow us, through mapping exposure, to really direct any efforts to reduce rodenticide exposure that may need to happen as a follow-up to this study. Ultimately, the results of this project would be used, if necessary, to develop effective strategies to reduce rodenticide exposure. And finally, we expect our results to be of high interest and value to the public. During the project, we would engage directly with the public, both to raise awareness for the potential effects of rodenticide use on carnivore communities, as well as to share project results and findings with the public directly. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have about this proposal. Thanks.
Members, any question? Council Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Joyce, question for you concerning the rodenticides and potential negative impacts on bobcat and fisher. What have they found? I know that, we don't have data here in Minnesota, as you mentioned in your chat. What are some of the other studies? I mean, you said this has been widespread studied elsewhere and so on. Have they, I understand the reproductive concerns, when you think about any of these poisons or toxins, maybe I should say, on the landscape. Have there been studies then that have actually shown whether or not it's in bobcat and fisher, I guess is a little less important, but what are we thinking there might be, or what are there's suggested for negative impacts?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Faber, and members, that's a really good question. And it's hard in the brief time that we have here to summarize all of the literature. A lot of the research is focused on identifying exposure risk. Bobcats and fishers both have been shown to have 50 to over 90% to 100% of individuals tested have shown positive in various studies. We have seen individual death with both of these species. Right now, this is a big priority, not just in Minnesota, but elsewhere, to really understand the population effect. What we've seen, I was just at a professional conference a few weeks ago, and there's some new data coming out of South Carolina on bobcats, where they've been collaring bobcats for the last 20 years, and they've had really high survival rates other than the last 3 or 4 years. As they're finding dead animals, they're testing them, they're finding rodenticide exposure. And that has shifted over the last 5 years, adult bobcat survival from 80 to 90% typical populations down to about 60%. So we are seeing individual effects. We're seeing, more presence of other diseases being a bigger factor, the energetic cost of essentially building more red blood cells as you bleed out from rodenticide exposure. And then this hasn't been studied so much in our mammals, but it has in birds, that exposure can actually cause behavioral effects, where certain birds are not as likely to flee from predators. One of the things from the South Carolina study they found is a lot higher roadkill mortality rate recently, and that's happening with animals that have high exposure, and so they're speculating that it changes their behavior as well and puts them at additional risk of dying from other factors, not just the rodenticide. So that's sort of a brief overview of what we know right now. But we found this in wolves. People have found this bobcats, coyotes, red foxes, otters, a whole variety of different carnivores.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, just a comment. Thanks, Michael. So that would suggest that this is something like DDT and others, where it's bioaccumulation. If they said 20 years of bobcat data in South Carolina, then it didn't really show up until the last 3 years, you might think that as we have more building in the environment. So this is critical information we should probably think about here. Thanks, Michael.
Okay. Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Joyce, for your presentation. I just had a question about what's your end game? Do you want to be able to give your facts to people that spray the rodenticides, or letting cities know? I mean, I'm assuming a lot of this is private application, or is it public?
Dr. Joyce.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gibson, and members, that's another really good question. Our end game right now is to evaluate what sort of risk this is playing to our populations, and then use that to guide where we go. So studies from Europe have shown that regulation is not effective at reducing rodenticide exposure risk, and it's not my interest to push this towards higher regulation. I didn't have a chance to get into first versus second generation rodenticides, but the second generation are particularly harmful because they stay in tissues for longer and they can have an impact for longer. Those are currently not legal to use in commercial applications, but you can go down and buy them at stores. And so I think the real end game is to evaluate what we can do, use the risk mapping to do targeted outreach, because I think, there's times where you just need to use rodenticides. It's really important to control rodent populations, but I think it's finding that opportunity to raise awareness, to make people aware of the options that are out there so that they can make an informed decision. And when rodenticides are not the best option, encouraging folks to use other options, whether it be snap trapping or other rodenticides that are available that aren't quite as risky.
Okay,
Can I have a quick follow-up?
yes, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, will your study define when is a good time to apply the rodenticides? And when or not? Thank you.
Dr. Joyce.
Yeah, Commissioner Gibson, Chair, members. Another good question. We will not be identifying the timing directly. The timing of rodenticide application is generally going to coincide with when you see an infestation. We're really right now focusing on the side of the carnivores to see where, when, and what negative impacts rodenticide exposure has. We do anticipate that if we find high rates, there may be follow-up projects needed that would help us develop an effective strategy and focus more on those sorts of questions.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. Thank you, Dr. Joyce.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next item here. It's the improving conservation outcome for imperial wood turtles by the Minnesota Zoological Garden. If the presenter is ready, do come forward online. This is online 119. Proposal ID is 093. Ms. Marco? Ms. Marco, going once? Is Ms. Marco online?
Yes.
Okay, should we go to the next one?
I think she's here. Trisha Markle. Here she is. Nope. Yep, maybe we should move on to the next and then
Okay.
circle back.
The next one is third on the item, line number 122. Proposal ID is 111. It's University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Data tool for maximize impact on Environmental Natural Resource Trust Fund project. So is Mr. Faber online?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead with your presentation and you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I'm John Feberg. I'm a professor in the Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to present and for your stewardship of the Environment and Natural Trust Fund and for funding many great projects, several of which have collected animal location data. And I've been fortunate to participate in a few of those, most recently a study of sandhill crane movements and another one looking at the movement ecology of trumpeter swans. Our current proposal here is aimed at maximizing the impact of those studies, mainly by making sure that the data from them are properly preserved and archived and can be shared for future purposes. So they're not lost when someone retires or a PhD student moves on or technology changes. Think about accessing data on an old floppy disk or something like that. And secondly, we want to work with data owners to co-develop and apply tools for visualizing and analyzing their movement data. So the first thing we want to do is create a movement data archive for Minnesota that would be hosted on MoveBank. MoveBank is a free online data repository for animal tracking data hosted by the Max Planck Institute. You may be able to see here on my left a map of all the data that are archived in MoveBank. There's close to 7 billion locations at this point. And but there's very few data from Minnesota, and we'd like to change that. So we've archived our data from our sandhill crane and trumpeter swan studies, and we'll use those data to seed this Minnesota-based archive, but we'd like to reach out to other individuals throughout the state, those that have been funded by LCCMR in the past and others that have collected animal location data, and work with them to ensure that their data can be archived in MoveBank. And one of the benefits of doing so just to give an example, after archiving our data on the trumpeter swans and sandhill cranes, others have reached out to us. For example, we've contributed data to an ongoing study that are using data across many taxa and across a larger spatial and temporal scale to quantify the risk of spread of avian influenza. And so by making the data discoverable, other people can reach out and see if you want to collaborate and share data for those larger project goals. So that's one of the real benefits here to archiving data, in addition to just knowing those data are always going to be accessible and shareable in a common data format. The other thing we want to do is to work with data owners to co-develop and apply tools for visualizing and analyzing their movement data. So as part of a NASA-funded project, currently my grad student and I, we've been working with others to develop apps that are available on a platform associated with MoveBank, where users can download, directly access their data from MoveBank and apply a series of apps to create things like this visualization on my right. This is showing movements of boreal caribou, and you can see how they're moving in relation to changes in vegetative greenness in the spring. And so we'd like to work with data owners to create similar visualizations. We think this can be a great public outreach tool that showcases the value of the investments that people are making in these projects. And they're also beneficial for helping to make decisions about wildlife conservation. I think these projects my experience has been these projects that have collected animal location data, they're really popular with the public. We have a website that showcases some of the movements of our trumpeter swans, and it's been visited by over 19,000 unique users. And so we think this could be a great public engagement tool. So that's the project in a nutshell. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And we're really excited about this opportunity.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'm curious though about the additive benefit of MoveBank versus Minnesota State GIS resources, the consortium, the Bell Museum's work, the Science Museum's work, and even data.gov. What is the value of contributing to MoveBank versus aggregating within existing platforms that are domestic or employed for this purpose?
Sure. Well, one example is thank you, Mr. Chair and members. One of the real benefits of MoveBank is that it is this global database. And so there are questions that, another example of how people have used data from MoveBank is to explore how wildlife species reacted to COVID lockdowns. And so people go to MoveBank because it's a place to discover movement data and to address these questions across broad spatial scales, multiple taxa. And so it is one of those places that people go to find the data that doesn't, you can archive data in multiple places, but MoveBank currently is like the place to go for animal location data. And so that's one of the real benefits. Another is that it enforces a common format across all of these data sets that makes it really easy to share those data for different types of studies. And lastly, these Move apps directly work with data because they're in that common format. It makes it really easy to access those data and then visualize them and analyze those data because you know the format they're going to be in.
Any question from other members? Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. What I found interesting about this was you were going to do snow depth and human activity patterns to forecast these movements. I was curious about why you chose that, and also why haven't we been using MoveBank?
That's thank you, Commissioner Gibson and members. Great question. There's a lot of different environmental data layers that can be used to explore how movements relate to those environmental layers. So, thinking about this most recent winter, there was not much snowfall, and so things like snow depth, which there are remote sensing layers for snow depth. Those are interesting layers that are going to be useful for a lot of questions. And so I think there's no limit to the sorts of analyses and visualizations that we might want to look at that are really unique to each question that different researchers will have. Why haven't users been using MoveBank? That's a great question. I can speak to a few people. So like one of the professors in our department, James Forrester, who's leading the Urban Carnivore project. I've spoken with him, and he's very excited about this project and wants to archive his data in MoveBank, partly because it makes it easy to share those data. And it was just something he didn't have much experience with. Before coming to the University of Minnesota, I worked for the Minnesota DNR for 10 years. And again, I just think there was a lack of awareness, which is a little surprising because it is such a big, popular tool for archiving movement data. But I've reached out to Michelle Karstensen, who's the supervisor of the Wildlife Health Program, and she's interested in looking at movements of white-tailed deer in relation to cattle farms and things like that. And so I think it's just one of those things that once people are aware of it, it's sort of a no-brainer because it's free. It's a great resource. There's tools for managing data, for collaborating, for citing data, for setting up data sharing agreements, et cetera.
Thank you for the presentation, and we're right on the dot here.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Sorry, one more question from a member, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Her, and thank you, Dr. Feeberg. I have one question. I think this project has a lot of promise. There are occasions, and I think oftentimes common knowledge is that movement data is somehow publicly available. And there are occasions when those data should not be publicly available. And particularly, indigenous nations maintain principles of data sovereignty. Are there mechanisms in MoveBank to ensure data sovereignty can be maintained and to make sure that data are not actually publicly available?
Thank you, Commissioner
Dr.
Feeber. Chair and members, that's a great question. Yes, there are ways. So essentially, you can make the data discoverable, but the data owner does not have to share the data. They're not publicly available. There's just a dot that says these data have been collected in this location. Here's the data owner. If you're interested in potentially seeking a collaboration, here's contact information, but there's no requirement whatsoever that the data owner share those data. They're not downloadable by anyone other than the data owner unless they provide those accesses. And that's a great comment. And if funded, I mean, we'd really like to work with tribal organizations, and I know that's something you just don't ask for data. I worked for the tribes for 2.5 years in the Pacific Northwest and recognize that, we want to make sure that this would be something that would benefit them, that you develop long-term trust, and that they have sovereignty over the data.
Thanks, I appreciate that. No more questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Chair Gibson.
I just had a question for staff.
Okay, go ahead.
When we do our LCCMR projects, especially on wildlife, most of that data is public. And if he's just going to focus on LCCMR projects, I'm just trying to figure out where the differences are. Because these are public dollars, maybe.
Okay, Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, the data collected using ENRTF funds is required to be publicly accessible unless determined to be non-public or private data under the Data Practices Act. So an entity would have to go through the Data Practices Act process in order to determine whether the data should not be made available for the public. And they are allowed to do that under their own process. And then there's a process for challenging that if people out there disagree.
Thank you.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you for that, Chair Gibson, for the good question and the information as well. All right, all right, thank you, Dr. Feber, and we're gonna check back to Ms. Markle. The Minnesota Zoological Garden, if you, one more round.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members. I hope you can hear me now. Apologies for the technical issues earlier. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project entitled Improving Conservation Outcomes for Imperiled Wood Turtles. My name is Dr. Tricia Markle. I am a wildlife conservation specialist at the Minnesota Zoo, and I will be serving as the project manager for this initiative. Turtles play a key role in maintaining healthy lakes and rivers for Minnesota. Unfortunately, many turtle populations are in decline as they face threats from habitat loss, nest predation, emerging disease, and climate change. Wood turtles are one of 2 state-threatened turtle species in Minnesota, and a decision on their federal listing is expected later this year. Our objective is to help restore imperiled wood turtle populations by leveraging the Minnesota Zoo's strengths in field conservation, animal care, veterinary sciences, and partnerships to bolster populations and inform conservation actions. This proposal represents a continuation of ENRTF supported projects, as well as new efforts to benefit wood turtles. The 3 activities outlined in this proposal follow recommendations described in the state of Minnesota's Wood Turtle Conservation Plan, and work will be done in close partnership with the Minnesota DNR and other collaborators. For Activity 1, the Minnesota Zoo will continue head-starting efforts to boost remnant populations in the short term, while participating in management actions to address long-term threats. Young turtles will be raised from wild collected eggs through their first year when they are most susceptible to predation. This can increase annual survival from roughly 3% to 80% that first year. In addition, habitat management is key to population recovery. Yet we need a better understanding of wood turtle habitat selection to help guide restoration efforts. Tracking wood turtles before and after habitat management will provide data to quantify if we are achieving our desired goals. For Activity 2, we are looking to investigate potential impacts of current and emerging diseases for wood turtles in Minnesota. A mass die-off event of dozens of wood turtles in the northern part of the state ignited concerns over a possible disease outbreak a few years ago. Utilizing the expertise of the Minnesota Zoo's veterinary staff, we propose to establish a protocol for baseline infectious disease monitoring and to begin surveilling wild wood turtles for common and emerging disease. Protocols developed can further be used by researchers across the range to track regional trends and identify potential threats. Finally, for Activity 3, wood turtles in southern Minnesota face unique risks from their developed landscape. As such, the creation and implementation of a population viability analysis, or PVA, benefiting wood turtles in this region is a high priority. The PVA will use existing multi-year data collected by the Minnesota Zoo and the DNR to evaluate different conservation actions, thus providing a decision-making support tool to help prioritize limited resources. Given the technical expertise required in the development and use of PVAs, the zoo will leverage our close partnership with the Conservation Planning Specialist Group to help complete this work. In summary, without targeted conservation action, imperiled wood turtles in the state are likely to continue to decline. This project will help to guide long-term management of wood turtles in Minnesota and support their recovery. Direct conservation outcomes will include increased recruitment, improved habitat management, baseline information on disease prevalence, and a population viability tool to support decision-making. And with my last few seconds, I wanted to introduce one of the Head Start turtles that we have here at the Minnesota Zoo. So this is a juvenile wood turtle who's 1 year old. She will be released back to the wild in the coming weeks. Our program began in 2017, and since then we have reared and released over 100 wood turtles to date. And we're hoping that this little one will help to support the recovery of her species in Minnesota. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take some questions.
Question from members? Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Markle, 2 questions. First of all, I wanted to make sure, is the wood turtle in general, is it being considered for listing under the Endangered Species Act? Did I understand that correctly?
Ms. Markle?
Yes, thank you, Chair and members. It is. So it has been considered for the last few years, and we are expecting a decision later this year.
And follow up. Is it lean towards if it's being considered? I mean, do we think, I understand, the process myself well. do you think it's going to get listed? I mean, you look at what's happened to like the northern long-eared bat stuff when it started to decline, boom. I mean, it finally happened.
Ms. Marco?
Yeah, thank you, Chair and members. Our understanding is it's being considered for threatened listing and that the prospects look pretty good that that will happen. Of course, it's, you know, anything can come through in the last end of that, but that is our understanding. It's looking quite likely.
One quick
Okay.
follow-up. Mr. Chair.
Follow-up.
Yeah, just one more question, Marco. The process of I had a student that worked on snapping turtle eggs, you know, so when you're hatching these in captivity, is it a pretty straightforward, they're not really, you know, high maintenance or whatever, I guess I would call them, because you said you've raised 100 already. And that one that you showed us, that seemed to be quite large for a 1-year-old turtle. I mean, when we had snapping turtles in, you know, in the lab, because they grow for a lot longer period of time. Am I correct in that assumption? Because he looked pretty big, or it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Indeed, so the first year of life for wood turtles and turtles in general is filled with risk from predation. Over 95% of eggs are taken by predators, and maybe only 5 to 10% of hatchling turtles will survive that first year. So when we bring them back, we collect wild eggs, bring them back, incubate them in the zoo. As you mentioned, it is not too odorous. It's we keep them in a large incubator and keep eyes on them. And then when they hatch, they will stay here for that year. They are active during the winter. So unlike a wild wood turtle, which would go into a period of hibernation, we will be feeding them through the winter. So when they're released at this size, and it probably, you know, it's a little closer to the camera, so it looks maybe a little bit bigger, they will be the size of roughly a 2 or 3-year-old wood turtle. And at this point, they're much less likely to be predated on. We've been tracking some of these juvenile turtles we've been releasing, and we know that their survival is really good at this stage, up to 80% per year. So that can really help to boost the population in the short term while addressing those long-term threats.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any question from members? Thank you very much, Ms. Marco, for your presentation. Next on our agenda is item number 4 here. It's also Ms. Zoological Garden on the subject of expanding the statewide Motus wildlife tracking network. The line on the proposal, the evaluation line is 123, and the proposal ID is 113. Is Ms. Mollinger online?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you all for the opportunity to present today. So my name is Mary Mallinger. I'm a conservation biologist with the Minnesota Zoo. And on behalf of the zoo and our partners with Audubon, Minnesota, I'm presenting on our proposal to expand the statewide Motus wildlife tracking network to guide the conservation of imperiled grassland and boreal nesting birds and other wildlife. So in 2019, a research study was released that had found a pretty shocking 3 billion birds had been lost since 1970 in the US and Canada alone, with declines seen in nearly every biome. And we know that habitat loss is a major driver of this decline. Both grassland and boreal forest birds have seen major declines in the last decades, and they're threatened by habitat loss. And Minnesota, which is located along the Mississippi River Flyway, is an important resource for tens of millions of birds flying through every spring and fall on their way to seasonal breeding grounds, including those grassland and boreal nesting birds. And how these species are utilizing these migratory stopover sites, however, such as the grassland birds in western Minnesota and boreal species which travel along the northern shore of Lake Superior, is not fully understood, however. So we are proposing to expand the Motus wildlife tracking system to address these critical gaps. And the Motus wildlife tracking system is a global network of researchers that uses automated radio telemetry stations to track many species of migratory wildlife to understand their movements, behavior, survival, and such across large landscapes. So a bird or other species of wildlife carrying a very small tag is registered when it passes a nearby Motus tower. And each animal has a unique code associated with that tag, which allows researchers to track their movements over large distances throughout an extended period of time, such as during a migratory season. So this technology has been used, for example, to track the flight path of wood thrush, which is a bird tagged in Costa Rica and Nicaragua, that were then documented migrating to southern Canada for breeding, flying over 3,000 miles in a single season. And there are currently over 1,200 MODIS stations strategically placed throughout primarily North and South America and also Europe and Australia, which are utilized by research teams throughout the world. So Minnesota currently hosts about 12 active MODIS stations, and they're mainly concentrated along the Minnesota and Mississippi rivers. But there are large gaps throughout the western portion of our state and along that northern shore of Lake Superior. And these are really important areas, we know, for many species of wildlife, including grassland and boreal nesting birds. So to address these gaps, we will install MODIS towers along the I-90 corridor in western Minnesota and repair towers along the Lake Superior shoreline. And once active, these towers can be utilized by any research project that is deploying MODIS tags. It's also important to note that MODIS tags can be deployed on really any wildlife that moves, essentially. So bats, butterflies, dragonflies, even mammals have all had MODIS tags deployed and have been used. So in addition, interpretive signage for stations in public areas will be developed to educate the public on the technology and its relevance to the conservation of Minnesota's wildlife and natural resources. In conclusion, by installing MODIS stations throughout Minnesota, we will build the infrastructure needed to better improve the conservation of grassland and boreal birds and generate data that can inform land use planning throughout the state. Finally, we will raise awareness about our state's migratory wildlife and introduce the public to how the MODIS technology is advancing conservation and its implications for our many beloved natural resources. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of this proposal. I can now take any questions the committee may have.
Yes, Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I think this is really exciting stuff. With MODIS system deployment, is there an ideal coverage that we would like to see if we had unlimited funds potentially to install as many as required?
Ms. Mollinger.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members. That's an excellent question. So ideally, it would be great if we could create almost like a fence line of such to basically capture any birds moving through an area. So in this proposal, we have kind of spaced out, depending on how wide that range is for a MODIS tower, like along the I-90 corridor, for example. If they're strategically spaced such, you can kind of create like a wall that any birds will use. But again, it could be any wildlife really, but any birds flying through that area would get pinged by a tower along that route. And same with the shore of Lake Superior. So it would be if we had that kind of corridor mapped out and northern Lake Superior, that would provide significant coverage, really increase our understanding of how wildlife are utilizing these sites throughout the state. As I mentioned, we do already have a handful of stations along the Minnesota and Mississippi River flyways, which are also incredibly important. And so those towers have been and continue to be used, which is wonderful.
Yes, follow up, Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I'm counting roughly 36 at project end would be the operation number, I think. That might be a little off because my math is bad, but if we were to expand that network any further beyond this project, what would that look like in terms of number of towers?
Ms.
Yeah.
Mollinger.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members. So yeah, we have proposed about 4 to 6 along that I-90 corridor, and then about 9 along Lake Superior, which would expand that coverage. I think if we were to explore further funding and installation of towers throughout the state, I think even another dozen towers would cover the state very well. Again, we'd be strategic kind of about where they're placed in relation to other towers to avoid a lot of kind of unnecessary overlap.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to figure out your relationship with Audubon, and will some of this data eventually be put up on the Cornell website that tracks these from across the country?
Ms. Mollinger.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members. So we have partnered with Audubon. They have deployed a variety of tags on birds, and so they have really helped us kind of inform a lot of where those priority areas are, what kind of conservation research projects in the future could really utilize these MODIS stations. So they have a lot of expertise in actually tagging birds, the research side, and in addition have deployed and helped manage MODIS towers as well. So we have partnered with them. The Minnesota Zoo is actually I am currently putting up a MODIS tower at the Minnesota Zoo actually. So we have, obviously direct experience in ordering all the supplies, putting all that infrastructure up. And as well, the Minnesota Zoo, being the largest environmental educator in the state, we, see millions of people come through our doors every year, and we have such a wide reach, including through our traveling education programs, which reach outside of the metro area. So we really have a significant ability to share the messaging and make sure that, the conservation outcomes are understood by the public, the need is understood, and we really have that support by the general public as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Follow-up, Chair.
Thank you. I'm fortunate enough that my neighbor across the street is a tracker for Cornell. So I get to know when birds land in my yard.
Oh, wonderful.
But will you eventually be up on the Cornell website? I know a lot of people across the country access that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members. Yes, so when the towers are up, they get put on Birds Canada actually kind of coordinates all of the MODIS towers, and Cornell facilitates a lot of that as well. So that data, those towers would be utilized by the entire global community, including Cornell.
Okay, Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Molly, I was curious if one's interested in finding out what species of birds that actually are being tracked because they have the transmitters on. I know we've funded some work similar to this with Alexis Grinde up at NRRI, I believe was part of this MODIS network. Yes, because there's particular species. I teach ornithology at college, and there's species I like to work with, but is this publicly available data? Yeah, did we go to the MODIS website or to Cornell, or where do we find that stuff? Thank you.
Ms. Mollinger.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members. So yeah, if you go, even if you just kind of Googled like MODIS tower data, it would come up, but it would be on the Birds Canada site. They have an amazing, very interactive platform where you can see where all the current towers are. And also you can explore data. They have this awesome portal where you can see individual birds, even like flight paths, those wood thrush I was talking about that have flown through. You can actually see what towers they've pinged on their way. You can sort it by species. You could sort it by research project. So we have a big wood thrush project that the Minnesota DNR, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and others are currently a part of. So you can filter it through all of those different means, which is really exciting. It's a wonderful platform.
Perfect. Thank you much.
Okay. Thank you. We're on time right now.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no members asking question. Okay, before we go to the next item, I just want to note that Senator Putnam is also joined us. Senator Green is trying to join us, but he had to deal with technical problems, so we don't know when he'll get on. We have Senator Westrom, she's present, and Heinzman, Commissioner Heinzman, also present. Okay, next on our agenda here is University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. Presenter is Mr. Call, updating and sharing information on Minnesota take biodiversity. Okay, Mr. Call, if you're online, go ahead with your presentation. The line number for that is 124, proposal 115.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and members. Thank you for the invitation to present today. I'm Benjamin Curl from the Department of Entomology at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. So most Minnesotans are familiar with ticks, as wood ticks and deer ticks are commonly encountered in many natural areas of the state and also in many people's yards every summer. Some people may also be familiar with the winter tick that infests moose and resulting in the so-called ghost moose that can be seen roaming northern Minnesota. However, the true diversity of Minnesota's ticks is mostly unknown. And you might be surprised that there have been about 15 different tick species recorded here, although most records of these less common ticks have been collected mostly over 50 years ago. So the state record is extremely out of date. As ticks are primarily parasites of wildlife and thus have impacts on wildlife health, a basic knowledge of the tick species present in the state, their distributions, and the host animals that they feed on would be useful information for wildlife management and conservation. For the first outcome, this project proposes to update current knowledge of tick diversity in Minnesota by collaborating with wildlife rehabilitation centers, vets, hunters, wildlife biologists, and other groups that are regularly in contact with animals to collect ticks across the state. Sampling kits, which would include collection tubes and prepaid mailing packs, will be distributed to volunteers, which will allow them to send ticks they collect to my lab for identification. This approach aims to sample a broad range of wildlife hosts and maximize the diversity of tick species collected during this project. Additionally, we will complement these data with tick observations collected through an existing iNaturalist project that I run called the Minnesota Tick Activity Monitor that collates human sightings of ticks in the state. The collection period will cover 2 years, and this should allow sufficient collection of ticks from a wide distribution of the state and through different seasons. This effort will significantly improve the currently available data on the tick species present in Minnesota, their distribution, and the host animals that they're associated with. This baseline data can serve as a comparator for future changes in these wildlife parasites and their effects on wildlife health, which may be impacted by factors such as changes in wildlife populations, climate, and land use. The second major outcome of this project deals with the sharing of this data. So the data collected during this project will be used to create an online interactive dashboard that will be openly accessible to the public, where users can view the information about the different tick species in the state, including the documented host animals when they are active in the year and their county scale distribution. For example, a resident might be interested to check which tick species have been recorded in their county. A pet owner might be able to check which species feeds on dogs and when that tick species is most active, so they can plan their tick treatments around this. And wildlife biologists might wish to gain information on what ticks are important parasites of the animals that they are working to conserve. Coupled with some historical data that I've collected, this will provide a Minnesota-focused educational resource for the state, as well as a useful data source for wildlife managers and researchers on ticks affecting Minnesota animals. The webpage will be regularly updated with information from the project, allowing contributors to observe the project progress and providing volunteer engagement and publicization of the project. This proposed project will provide a much needed update to Minnesota's tick records and will ultimately enhance tick awareness across the state. And thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Any question from members? Okay, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you for your, oops, I lost part of my microphone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think you just lose the filter.
Yeah, I lost the filter. Okay. I'm just curious if you're going to list some of the health issues related to these different ticks.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Yes, the information would include any known health issues, either for humans or for pets and wildlife. This would be included, and also it would include links to relevant partners such as the Minnesota Department of Health for the ticks of public health concern, the USDA, and all the Minnesota DNR relevant pages for ticks affecting wildlife or livestock.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Ticks really gross me out, so I appreciate that you have interest in looking at them. They're one of the few insects I can't deal with. Right. So thinking about the potential groups, I didn't see too many specifics about the folks that you were going to engage as volunteers for the receipt of collection packs. And I do appreciate your engagement with iNaturalist as well, your plan for that. Is there an intent to do direct educational outreach with nature centers, libraries, county public health, things like that, in order to ensure that you have volunteers signing up to go and survey their local environment for ticks?
Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Mr. Chair, members, thanks for the question. Yes, the plan would be to contact various groups, either through Facebook groups or yes, contacting nature centers and different parks and recreations, directly contacting DNR wildlife biologists. I'm already in contact with the Minnesota Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, who have shown an interest. But yes, I think additional outreach in libraries and nature centers, especially after we have some data from for partway through the project to present, could be a really good way to collect additional volunteers. And what was I going to say?
Okay, well,
yeah.
Thank you. I'm just want to share with members and this committee and also Mr. Cole, I had a visit to the Metropolitan Mosquito Control District, I think it was last week, and did kind of communicate and volunteer, communicate to be a volunteer, and then they're gonna take me to a survey, harvesting mosquito, and possibly tick. But so I'm gonna lead on to the question here is that, Mr. Cole, have you shared some of this data or information, or soon on your plan to share some data with the agency like Metro Mosquito Control District? They're dealing with mosquito as well as tick, as what's stated on their mission. But have you worked with them or plan to work with them or share data with them?
Yes, Mr. Chair and members, thank you. Yes, I work in close communication with both the Minnesota Department of Health and the Mosquito Control District relating to sort of tick and mosquito issues in the state. And we've already been sharing data to gain some sort of historical data on ticks in the state as a sort of background to developing this project. So going forward, I would plan to share this information with those partners too.
Thank you for your information. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, we're going to move to the next item here. Just want record to show that Representative Holland is also present. And oh, she has a question. Okay, Representative Holland.
It's okay. I see that we're out of time. We can just move forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, next on our agenda is University of Minnesota. Also, the University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources. The project is leveraging statewide data set for native rockfish. Presenter is Mr. Vega. Line number is 133. Proposal ID is 178. Mr. Vega, if you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Grant Bogley with the University of Minnesota Department of Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology. I'm presenting today on a proposal to improve fisheries managers, researchers, and all Minnesotans' knowledge of native rough-fish species in the streams and rivers across the state. So native rough-fish include species of sucker, buffalo, red horse, and a number of others, which serve unique and important roles in our freshwater streams, but have been historically understudied, with research decades behind that of popular game fish like walleye or largemouth bass. And the DNR published a report this winter highlighting the importance of further research and monitoring of these species. And I know there was some associated legislation that signed into law this spring as well, kind of furthering the importance of getting some of the research moving on these species. And this project would provide important supporting information for a lot of the priorities outlined in that report. So our proposed project would use species distribution models to map the distributions of 21 of the native rough fish species in the state across the streams and rivers statewide, making use of publicly available fish survey data from over 5,000 locations sampled by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, as well as using numerous state land cover, climate, and hydrology data sets. And so with this, we'll identify hotspots where species diversity is the highest, bright spots where species are more abundant than predicted, and dark spots where species are less abundant than predicted. And all of these different spots will help inform future monitoring efforts and prioritization that way. And so one outcome of this project will be the scientific publication and presentation at local conferences of this modeling process to provide the details to the researchers, managers, and other experts. But to further share the results of these models, we're proposing to build an interactive mapping tool that will be hosted on a web page that allows users to view the model predictions across the state. So in development of this, we'll engage with potential users to ensure that our mapping tool is usable by both managers and the general public. And this way, managers can have easy access to the predicted abundance and diversity of the streams that they manage. Interested Minnesotans can see which native rough fish are swimming around in their local river, and anglers can find locations likely to host their species of interest. To get this out there, we'll broadcast this tool to management groups and to the public via regional blogs, newsletters, and events with local groups and nature centers. And here it's worth noting that we will exclude from the publicly accessible tools any state or federally listed species as we're required to. And also that stream reaches flowing through tribal lands will be excluded from the public map to maintain their data sovereignty. And we do have plans to communicate with tribes and intertribal groups to provide model results or subsets of interactive tools privately if they wish. As part of the surveys from the Pollution Control Agency, fish specimens are collected, preserved, and housed in the Bell Museum for 5 years, then destroyed to make space available for more specimens. And so part of this project, we want to extend the useful life for some of these specimens by processing them for our own outreach efforts so people can actually see what these fish look like, and potentially providing them for other research or educational purposes as we reach out to folks through the project timeline. And so to close, we're proposing here a project that leverages existing data to provide supporting knowledge to native rough fish managers and researchers, and also to bring this key part of our fish biodiversity into the minds of many more Minnesotans. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there was a lot of, as you mentioned, there was a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? There was a lot at the legislature this year with native rough fish. So I think it's important that the outreach for me is every bit as important. I got a lot of friends that like to bow fish for, and everything for them is carp. Okay, and that's not what native rough fish are. What is there, 100 species of native rough fish, or is that, am I way off there? I forgot how many there's, but yeah, so that's what I'm wondering about.
Mr. Bobby.
How many species of native rough fish are there? What is a native rough fish? Is there a list somewhere one can find? Is that publicly available? I don't mean in the legislation per se, but they can't just state native rough fish. You have to have a list of those. I'm just curious where that might be and what your efforts are going to be to get that out to the general public. Thank you.
Mr. Bobby, good question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members. So I have also in this process been trying to find a definitive list, and I haven't found exactly that. And part of that is because these native rough fish are so undervalued historically. The legislation and the DNR report cites 23 rough fish in the state, or native rough fish in the state. And that number is roughly similar to what other groups like Native Fish for Tomorrow has a species list on their website. They're a nonprofit group interested in these species. And so looking through the data sets, we have confidence in being able to model 21 of those species. Confidence being a little bit loose. Maybe that's more like 18 we're really confident in, and then 3 we're pretty confident in alongside those. But that covers the majority of the species in the state for our purposes.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, follow up, Commissioner
Yeah,
Faber.
thanks for that. So when you said the 20 on, I was thinking there was many, many more. So that I'm happy to hear that. It's still just as important. And the other thing I think that's interesting is the range and size of these things. You know, you've got the big buffalo. I mean, I just saw one, somebody caught, they had a picture in Outdoor News, or whatever, and they're about 50 pounds each, you know, and then you've got some quite small ones that, you know, so I mean, just for the general public to know what this is extremely important. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a question from Commissioner Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too, like Commissioner Faber, have a lot of folks that do very much so value the opportunity to harvest these fish. And over the last few years, as there's been a discussion of the legislation designating native rough fish as opposed to rough fish, that change in statute, quite honestly, I was a little disappointed as the legislation was being brought forward. There was almost no participation from others outside of the organizations. The one I think you referenced a moment ago, trying to support said legislation. And I'm wondering if there is going to be an effort in this project to try to engage with those outside of the activist groups that have been looking for this specific change.
Mr. Volge.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, members. I guess the way we want to engage this project is through lots of different venues. And so using the network of the activist organizations we've been a part of, or we've been in contact with, but also reaching out to local nature centers and other similar kind of local groups throughout the state to try and broaden that reach and bring these species to mind for people who maybe haven't fished for them, or like Commissioner Faber was saying earlier, consider everything that's a native rough fish as carp, right? And so part of what we want to do with this tool as well is to show people what is right in their hometown river reach, and at least provide some awareness, because a lot of people don't know what is directly in their local river. And so just getting it out there that, oh, these things are close by. Some of them are big, some of them are small, some of them are really unique and interesting species that you can appreciate, fish for, and have a lot of fun just getting to know in that way. And so I guess I don't have a specific answer for you necessarily, but we do have plans to do kind of broad outreach to different types of groups that way.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up would be simply, I would hope that if this project does get funding, which I'm not really sure that it would, but if it did get funding, I would hope that you would consider outreaching to those that are very, very aware of the now designated native rough fish in their communities. And that would be the many folks who are participating in fishing of them. And that could be bow fishing, that could be otherwise. It's incredible. I've been on a number of these, I'll just say an adventure, for lack of a better word, with some of those local organizations in my own community. And kids as young as 10, 11, 12 can identify fish I've never even heard of immediately, and know what is a game fish, what is a rough fish. It's really incredible. So, I mean, there are a lot of people that actually are quite familiar with many of the species that you're mentioning today. And if, like I said, your project does get funding, I hope that you would go beyond the activist organizations and try to target maybe Minfish or some of these other bow fishing organizations, because they really do value this this sport and then also the species also. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Heisman. Your comments duly noted. We'll look at that too in the legislation, upcoming legislation, but want to note that the list of rough-fish is in our statute as part of the legislation we passed last year. But sometimes people, misreading the list, the detail of it, but it's on there on our statute. Okay, so thank you for the presentation. We're going to go to the next item. See, it's the line 141. Proposal ID is 1311. Also, University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Science Project, Fighting Insect Decline, Minnesota Bumblebees to the Rescue. Very, very nice title here, to the rescue. All right, so presenter Beza, if you are online, go ahead with the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman and representatives. My name is Christian Beza, and I work at the Department of Entomology here at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus. And so part of the title is we know that the world is suffering insect decline. And although we might associate sometimes insects with negative connotations, most of the insects are actually very positive for the environment as food source, but also for human activities, right? And bumblebees are one of them. They're pollinators, and they even pollinate some plants and crops that can't be pollinated by other insects. And one thing that we know is Minnesota has a very unique place on bumblebee biodiversity because we have those three biomes confluence. We host about 25 bumblebee species, but those live on their edge of their distribution. So many of the distributions basically sort of end up here in Minnesota. Now, with changes in our planet, what some of the models predict is that some of those edge are gonna either go north or go up in altitude. What that poses is a risk for biodiversity of bumblebees in Minnesota to be reduced. But we truly don't understand what the responses or species-specific responses to environmental changes are being, thus on change of land use or even climate. But what this project is proposing is to start understanding at a local state here in Minnesota what the impact of those changes are in bumblebee populations here. So as you can see up above, I have an example of how can we use historical data. So we have around 4,300 specimens here at the University of Minnesota Insect Collection, dating from 1898, and see how the distribution has changed throughout time. We've also identified other collections like the DNR, who also have 3,100 bumblebee species. So a lot of data that we need to make it findable, accessible, interoperable, readable in order to create models and truly understand what the effect of environmental changes are on that. Also, another activity that is proposed by this project is to improve the capabilities of insect identifications through modern techniques like DNA barcoding, where we want to generate live barcodes or genetic barcodes for 25 bumblebee species, and integrating all this information into a platform that can be used by various stakeholders, being public that are interested and excited about bumblebees, or other agencies interested in conservation through what we call the Minnesota Pollinator Hub, where we want to start with the 25 bumblebee species and create species pages that give us information about identification, about their distribution, and as well as about some interesting ecology of the group. With that, again, I really would like to thank all the members and Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay, members, any questions? Okay, Representative Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was curious if the non-native species are included in the bumblebee lists.
Mr. Beza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, representatives. We are the idea is to work on the native bumblebee species, but those can be included if we detect some non-native. So that's the other thing, right? We need to start understanding what is populating Minnesota, so what's living and what's coming in Minnesota. But in this project, the idea is to start with the native bumblebee species, 25 native bumblebee species.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Heisman, go ahead.
Thank you. My follow-up would just simply be, Mr. Chairman, I was wondering, is there a reason that the non-native bee species are excluded from your project?
Mr. Beza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives. So feasibility in a point. So there is a lot of data that we need to do and gather. But we're also interested to see what the effects on local populations or native populations are, rather than what we could call non-native species. And I don't want to use the term invasive because that's a very particular term when we're talking about biodiversity. But yeah, so those would be the reason.
That's all I had. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've not seen many bumblebees this year, and I think this is the first year I've seen so few. But I was wondering if your information that you're going to have will present some opportunities to encourage bumblebee populations, i.e. flowers and plants and housing for the winter.
Mr. Beza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative. Yes, on our species pages, one of the ideas is to have information about what are the plants that are used by these bumblebees overwintering and nesting information. Recently here at the Bumblebee Lab, we have one master student who focused on nesting information. One of the things that it's surprising is how little we know about the biodiversity that surrounds us. We know a lot about very few things. So just creating places where we can find those are very useful. And that's the idea with the species pages. So they can be used by Minnesotans to plan their gardens, you know, and if they want to help fighting insect decline, creating habitats for these bumblebees.
Follow up, Chair Gibson.
Thank you. Will that data go to some of the nurseries and please people that sell plants?
Mr. Beza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and representatives. So the data, the plan is to be hosted on a website that it's publicly available. And there is where we plan to distribute our data. As part of our plan is to have focus groups of stakeholders, those being conservation agencies, educators, and now that you mentioned, it could be plant nurseries, so they could plant for seed mixes that will help bumblebees.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Beza. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is University of Minnesota College of Food and Agriculture and Natural Resource. One more presentation is trace metals in municipal yard waste and compost. Presenter is Ms. Rose. The line number is 142. Proposal ID is 312. And Ms. Rose, are you online right now?
Yep. Can you hear me okay?
Just fine.
Okay,
Loud and clear.
great. So thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for the opportunity to present. My name is Lucy Rose, and I'm a researcher in the Department of Forest Resources at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus. And so the work that we're proposing to do, and then I'll be talking about today, the purpose is to determine the trace metal concentrations in urban residential yard waste, and also the compost that's derived from that yard waste that's brought to county yard waste drop-off sites, as well as the compost leachate, so the liquid that drains from compost when it gets rained on or when a gardener waters their garden. And so we're primarily interested in looking at these trace metal dynamics and their movement through urban environments, focusing primarily on the 7 yard waste drop-off sites in Ramsey County, which also serves portions of Hennepin County and Washington County. And so urban trees provide an invaluable service to all of us in the form of low-cost passive filters of air pollution. And oftentimes, particularly in urban environments, that air pollution contains trace metals that are derived from vehicle exhaust, the weathering of brake pads, the weathering of asphalt and industrial activity. All of these things are more highly concentrated in urban environments than other environments, more rural areas. And so urban trees filter these particulates out of the atmosphere by adsorbing those particles and the associated trace metals onto their leaf surfaces and holding them there for some amount of time. And so when these leaves fall at the end of the growing season and residents collect those leaves and bag them up and bring them to the yard waste site, the drop-off sites, they're also bringing those particulate pollutants and trace metals associated with the leaves. And so this is also a particularly acute issue with street trees, so the trees that are in the boulevard, because they're so close to the roadways and they receive such a dose of this vehicle exhaust and other particulate associated pollution. And so the work that we're proposing here is focused on measuring the trace metal concentrations in the urban yard waste. So in the leaf litter that falls at the end of the growing season and can be much higher in urban areas than non-urban areas, as well as the compost that's derived from that yard waste that Ramsey County produces over the winter at their composting facilities. And then that compost is made available subsequently in the spring to residents to use on their gardens for vegetable growing or flower gardens or whatever. And so we are seeking to quantify the trace metal concentrations in the compost feedstock, so the yard waste, and then compare that to the compost to see how those trace metal concentrations change through the composting process. And then also to quantify trace metal concentrations in the leachate that comes out of the compost once it's on the garden. To determine the mobility of those trace metals once they're in the compost and whether they'll be mobilized in solution either further down into the soil profile and contaminating soil, or made available to plants that take up that soil water for their own growth purposes. And so ultimately the goal of this proposed work and the main outcome would be the quantification of these trace metals in these different portions of the urban environment. So the feedstocks, the compost, and the compost leachate, to understand kind of what the dynamics are of the movement of these trace metals in urban environments, and to ensure that we're not taking one urban pollution problem, that's the air pollution, and creating another urban contaminant problem in the form of soil contamination. So with that, I will thank you and take any questions you have.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the interest in absolute quantification of trace metal presence in compost. I am concerned, though, about the impact of such information in the absence of a risk-risk comparison against urban soils in general and regular background environmental contamination. Should your results indicate some sort of absolute quantity of trace metals, is there intent to also provide information about urban landscape general background trace metal composition? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for that question. It's an excellent question. We have some colleagues who are doing sort of similar or associated research at the University of Minnesota in the Department of Ecology and Evolution and Behavior. And they're finding, they're measuring trace metal concentrations in soils in parks throughout St. Paul associated with pollinator metal concentration research, so pollinator biomass concentrations of trace metals. And so as part of that research, they're looking at soil trace metal concentrations in different habitats in parks around St. Paul. So looking at mowed areas, grass areas, native prairie vegetations of native grasses and flowers, and then also soils under wooded areas. And what they're finding is that in some of the parks in these urban areas, the trace metal, the lead concentrations in particular are much higher, significantly higher, in fact, under the wooded areas, so under the trees, than the other habitats. So there is some of that existing kind of background baseline data about urban soils already being conducted. And this work that we're proposing would just sort of be a nice comparator to that. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was curious, when you say trace metals, is it part of this to identify what are those trace metals? You have, other than now you just said lead, you know, so I'm thinking, do we know what is there, you know, relative when you look at, you know, I teach soil science and, you know, you've got your 16 or 17 trace elements, as they tend to call them, versus heavy metals. Many of those are naturally occurring, as you know. But is this also then to identify those that would be in concentration stuff, parts per million, parts per billion, that sort of thing as well? Thank you.
Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Yeah, thank you for that question. I meant to clarify that in my talk and I glazed right over it. So yes, the analysis that we would be doing, it's X-ray fractionation analysis, gives us an entire suite of trace metals, exactly, probably the same suite that you're talking about, that 17 or so elements. So we're talking about things like lead, nickel, zinc, chromium, cadmium, vanadium, those sorts of things that you're probably also thinking about.
Yep. Quick follow-up. Thank you. And the thing I like to say when I talk to my students is, people think that heavy metals are bad, bad, bad. Well, they're naturally occurring. If you think about them, they're all there naturally occurring. It's when we get concentrations above, you know, these kind of baseline levels. So, you know, it's like native rough fish versus rough fish. People think, you know, you put in the native, you say, they're not necessarily so bad. So I just like to kind of point that out, that I know what you're getting at, absolutely. But it's kind of, you know, there's two sides of the coin. So thank you.
Commissioner Langseth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of follow up with Commissioner Faber's question. Just curious if there's what the mitigation plan would be if you do find, you know, quantities of these metals that are, you know, there poses toxicity to the public. If there's any sort of, you know, if there would be some outreach around that or some awareness building, just curious what you would do in that case. Thank you.
Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Another great question. So there, first of all, yes, built into the proposal is a plan to communicate with county health department members, the public health folks, community garden organizations, things like that, to communicate our findings. But in terms of remediation or mitigation steps, we don't have anything built into this proposal to specifically address that. This is just kind of to figure out the lay of the land initially, but there are certainly steps that can be taken. For example, with lead, there are cities in the Rust Belt out east, Western Pennsylvania, Eastern Ohio, where organizations are using sunflowers to remediate urban brownfield sites, because sunflowers are really great at taking lead out of soil. Then the next question becomes, how do you dispose of those sunflowers and have biomass? But things like that certainly could be options if we find issues with trace metal concentrations that are higher than we would want in compost. Yeah.
Okay. Representative Holland. Representative Holland, there's two other. Okay, how about Commissioner Reese? There'll be overtime here, but Commissioner Reese, go ahead.
Yeah. My question was already asked. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, one more time for Representative Hollins.
Thank you so much, Chair. No, Commissioner Peichel asked my question. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Ms. Rose, for your presentation. We'll move on to the next item here. Line 118. The proposal ID is 84, and it's University of Minnesota College of Science and Engineering. It's cyanotoxin in Minnesota lakes, the role of sunlight. So presenter, Mr. Arnold, are you here? Yes. Go ahead.
I'm here.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me here today. I'm Bill Arnold, and I'm in the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Geoengineering at the University of Minnesota. And as I'm sure you've experienced, many of our lakes turn green in the summer, and this shouldn't happen. This is a result of our legacy of nutrient pollution in our waters. The growth of algae, or specifically cyanobacteria, is more than an aesthetic problem. These cyanobacterial blooms generate toxins that are a threat to wildlife and recreational water users. These toxins are also of concern to drinking water treatment plants. The concern is that as climate warms, the blooms will become even more common. We need to understand how persistent the generated toxins are. A major loss process for cyanotoxins are reactions driven by sunlight. When we make tea in the morning, we're leaching organic matter from leaves. This happens in our lakes as well, and is a natural process that gives the brownish tint we see in most lakes and rivers. When light shines on organic matter, it makes radicals that can degrade a variety of pollutants, including these cyanotoxins. Unfortunately, when we have lakes with blooms in them, we get organic matter from those algae or cyanobacteria rather than leaves, and these difference in organic matter may lead to changes in the types or amounts of radicals that are formed. This is a dynamic, interconnected problem, and my goal with this project is to understand how more frequent algal blooms, changing organic matter composition, and wavelengths of light affect cyanotoxin persistence. We want to know when there is a bloom, how long afterwards are there potential risks from these toxins. Our key questions are, first, how does the presence of this cyanobacterial organic matter affect the production of reactive species that could subsequently degrade the toxins? And second, which reactive species are responsible for cyanotoxin degradation? And how does the wavelength of light affect the production of these species? Answering these questions will let us predict cyanotoxin degradation rates in Minnesota lakes, and a key outcome will be a model that allows us to do this. We'll also look for water quality indicators that can be used to determine periods when these toxins are more likely to have longer lifetimes. In the end, this will allow warning systems for recreational users, adaptive drinking water treatment, and prioritization and updating of management protocols to handle and prevent these algal blooms. We'll use model cyanobacteria in the laboratory and water samples collected from impacted lakes. We plan to leverage sampling done by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency as part of their long-term monitoring programs and the Science Museum of Minnesota to obtain additional cyanobacteria and water samples. The direct benefit of this work is information that can protect sensitive aquatic species, prioritize restoration efforts, and minimize times when people cannot recreate in or drink from our surface waters. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions in the remaining 5 minutes.
All right. Any question from Member Chair Gibson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On my way to the Capitol today, three recreational lakes in the Twin Cities were closed due to bacteria. And of course, they mentioned rain was one of the problems. I know you're talking about sunlight in this one, but rains obviously have some sort of impact as well. And that's one question about rain. And the second one is, how do you let the public know? What's the information line or avenue that you get this data to the places that need the information? You talked about water treatment centers, but recreational areas seem to be one of those areas, and it always bothers me that we don't post it at these sites. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, those are both excellent questions. So the rain is a slightly different issue. And so rain is tending to wash off, I'll say, fecal matter from geese and other animals and maybe septic systems, and that puts E. coli into the water. This is actually cyanobacterial growth caused by nutrients that are in the lakes. And so they're related issues in terms of water quality. And actually sunlight is an important thing for both of them because sunlight can kill bacteria over time as well by some of these same processes. And so in the end, understanding these processes will also help us understand how long it might take for E. coli issues to be resolved as well. And the communication issue here, I think, is really by providing some of this information to watershed districts, because they're really responsible for the posting at lakes. And I think their communication outlets, either by posting on the beaches or through email or social media, would be the way to do this. And I think if we can provide them better information and maybe a tool and a quick test to evaluate water to see when cyanotoxins are more problematic, that would be useful.
Any follow-up? A question from members? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Honor, for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next on our list is line number 129, and proposal ID is 144. Science Museum of Minnesota St. Croix Watershed Research Station. The project name is Addressing 21st Century Challenge for the St. Croix. Presenter is, I'll let you introduce yourself. Yeah. Okay.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
Just fine.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair and members, I'm Jason Ulrich with the St. Croix Watershed Research Station at the Science Museum. Thanks for allowing me to speak to you today. As many of you are no doubt familiar, the St. Croix River is a highly valued ecological, recreational, and economic resource for the state. From sailboats, cabin cruisers, and beaches in the lower St. Croix to canoes, fishing, and camping north of Stillwater, the river serves a diverse set of recreational users and provides for a substantial tourism industry. It is thus inevitable, given potential future changes in climate and demographics in the watershed, that questions about the river's ability to keep delivering its public services into the future are now being asked. Already in the last 15 years, increased overall precipitation, intense rain events, and prolonged dry spells have resulted in both historic flooding and low flow periods. Also during this time, the St. Croix from Stillwater to Prescott was listed by PCA as impaired for excess phosphorus from upstream municipalities and agriculture, which creates large algal blooms during the summer months. Therefore, while most of the river's watershed is covered by lakes, wetlands, and forests, it is clear that it's not invincible to changes in climate and land use. And if the current trends continue, if it continues to get wetter and the watershed's population continues to increase, as they are both projected to do, the river will experience changes. Our proposal entails quantifying risk to the river over the next 75 years by building a watershed-wide hydrologic and water quality model to predict the river's response to a set of possible future climate and land use scenarios. Future climate scenarios may be hotter and drier or warmer or wetter, though most projections predict an overall wetter climate, which will increase surface runoff and river flows, which in turn will likely increase flooding and phosphorus loading. Scenarios will also take into account that phosphorus loading will likely increase as population increases in the watershed, and possibly corn soybean agriculture as well, as warmer temperatures and improved seed varieties increase economic viability. Another scenario will analyze the effects of the over 400 dams in the upper watershed and potential decreases in flood and phosphorus storage if a significant number of them are removed or fail. The watershed model will simulate interactions between all these different scenarios and ultimately enable the project to answer questions such as, what is the risk of increases in the frequency and magnitude of floods, extreme low flow events, and phosphorus loading? And to what extent might these increases impact specific river resources, such as boating, swimming, camping, fishing, and non-game aquatic habitats? And what management actions could be undertaken to decrease these risks? These answers will directly benefit county, state, and federal agencies' efforts to manage the river's recreational and ecological resources into the future. And river municipalities such as Stillwater, Bayport, and Afton can incorporate the project results into future flood planning efforts. The National Park Service will assist the project as an unfunded collaborator and will be part of the project's technical advisory committee, which will include members of local universities, state and federal agencies, as well as watershed districts and county SWCDs. Communicating the research results will be an important part of the project, and one way we will do that is by partnering with St. Croix 360, a weekly nature and science newsletter with a large readership in the region, to write articles about the project from beginning to end. The project will also be featured extensively on Science Museum social media sites, and after the project is completed, the results, including the completed watershed model, will be made publicly available on Science Museum websites for further work on the St. Croix. Commissioners, thanks for your consideration of this proposal today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anybody, any question? Okay, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I appreciate what the lab is doing in the watershed there. Is there hope to see Wisconsin also bring some money and action to the table to preserve the lower St. Croix?
Mr. Chair and members, it's a good and reasonable question. We have not been able to muster that kind of participation yet. Wisconsin's funding priorities have changed over the years, and it was not possible to get that kind of commitment with the time that we had to put together a proposal. However, we want them to be they will need to be part of our, what we call our basin planning team, to help make this model happen as much as the watershed exists in their area. But in terms of right now, they aren't signed on as a contributor.
Hello, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you had any engagement with the participating soil and water conservation districts, county folks across the border that perhaps may be more interested in the conservation action?
We have not as of yet, but we have ongoing relationships from prior studies into the St. Croix watershed, the full watershed, in terms of engagement with some of the counties on the Wisconsin side and the farmer-led councils that exist over there that have been put into place over the last 20 years to try to help with promoting conservation practices. So we will reconnect with those folks once and if the project gets funded, because that'll also be a necessary part of this.
Sorry, we switched chairs here. Any other questions? Any other? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. We are on to line 134, and the project is wastewater chloride reduction through industrial source reduction assistance by Kelsey Klukas. I hope I'm saying that correct.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Please begin your presentation.
Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Kelsey Klukas, and I am the Director of the Minnesota Technical Assistance Program in the School of Public Health at the University of Minnesota. In the room with me today are Laura Sevchik and Kevin Philpy, staff members on my team. The Minnesota Technical Assistance Program provides no-cost, non-regulatory, confidential technical assistance to Minnesota industrial businesses to work on resource conservation projects to save water, waste, energy, and prevent pollution. In the project proposal we're talking about today, we seek to address the issue of chloride pollution in Minnesota surface and groundwaters. According to the MPCA, there are currently over 90 Minnesota communities with chloride challenges and 68 Minnesota lakes and streams that have chloride levels too high to meet the standard designed to protect fish and other aquatic life. Chloride is a compounding issue as removal of chloride at the wastewater treatment facility level is prohibitively expensive, which means that every bit we use and discharge goes into the environment and accumulates. It also takes very little to impair the water. For reference, only 1 teaspoon of salt pollutes 5 gallons of water. Furthermore, we are just beginning to learn where and how chloride is being used in industry. As a previously unregulated pollutant, many organizations just have not needed to analyze their processes for chloride. As such, we are just starting to learn about common sources of chloride and best practices for reduction. So what's to be done about this? In this project proposal, we seek to provide technical assistance to wastewater treatment facilities and their upstream industrial sources to identify processes that may be sources of chloride discharge and provide recommendations for reduction. We will focus our outreach efforts to wastewater treatment facilities and industrial facilities that currently have chloride limits. We will start with these facilities as they are situated near waters impacted by chloride and will likely be motivated to manage and reduce the chloride discharge levels. This will mimic recent work we have just completed with wastewater treatment facilities and their upstream sources to identify sources of nitrogen and phosphorus to reduce downstream nutrient effluent levels from the wastewater treatment facilities. This project resulted in over 14,000 pounds of combined nutrient removal and saved organizations over $570,000 in overall annual savings. In this project, we will seek to assist industrial facilities in reducing their overall chloride discharge by amounts by 25,000 pounds per year. This will be achieved through the implementation of site-tailored recommendations, such as equipment upgrades, procedure changes and optimization, or product substitution. Over the 3-year duration of the project, MnTAP staff will provide on-site technical assistance to 5 to 10 sites and will also advise 2 to 3 intern projects. These intern projects will occur over the course of the summer, and each intern will be placed full-time at a host company. They will address a scope of work identified by their MnTAP supervisor and work closely with their on-site supervisor to fully understand the site's needs to provide them with the best recommendations. MnTAP will also compile findings to share with the public to leverage the information and best practices identified through the course of the project. Overall, this project seeks to help the state of Minnesota move forward in addressing chloride levels in our ground and surface water using our previous work with wastewater treatment facilities and upstream source of identification and reduction efforts for various pollutants. We are grateful for the opportunity to present today and will now ask if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Albrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. It's very interesting because I know that chloride is one of the most difficult contaminants to remove from our waters. My question is, you talk about including facilities with high chloride discharge levels that may be in areas with impaired surface water, including wastewater facilities, municipalities, and industrial facilities. What kinds of industrial facilities are high chloride dischargers?
Yeah, Madam Chair and members, this is a great question. There are a number of different sources of chloride that we'll be focusing on. Some major contributors are food processing, metal fabricators, rendering facilities, tanneries, and a few others. But a lot of our work has really focused in on food processing and manufacturing, as that's often a source of chloride.
Thank you. Just a question. Are you aware of any limits or requirements that those large dischargers are required to meet regarding their chloride? And is that another option for trying to resolve this chloride issue in our waters? Thanks.
Ms. Klukas?
Yes, Madam Chair, members, this is a great question. And that's kind of where our work kind of hits the sweet spot. So, one of the things, definitely permit limits is one tool in helping us reduce our overall discharge of chloride into the environment. Sometimes, though, facilities have a hard time meeting those limits based on their current operations. They just haven't had the opportunity to dig into where is that chloride coming from? What are the opportunities for reducing it? And how do we go about doing that? That's really where MnTAP really shines in our work, and what we'll be focusing in on is how can we look at those operations to really identify where those potential sources of chloride are, how are they being used, is it optimized, and what are the steps that would need to be taken in order to reduce it at the source so that the facilities can meet their discharge limits.
Well, okay. Commissioner Faber?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you hold on one second, Ms. Klukas, I wanted to ask the chair. She's been here longer than I have. Have you presented before us, MnTAP? I've been here a long time.
Ms. Mash?
Well, this is directed for Madam Chair.
Yeah, well, I need her assistance.
Okay.
Yeah, she's younger, she has a better memory.
Madam Chair and members, we have funded several successful projects with MnTAP before. However, I think the presenter is potentially new to the position.
All right, so then I will ask. Just wanted you to fill in my blank about MnTAP, because I see, it's University of Minnesota and it's public health, but then MnTAP specifically, who are you? If you could clarify that a little bit. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Klukas?
Of course, Madam Chair, members, great question. We are a well-kept secret, but not with our many friends we work with. So we have been in operation since 1984. We have saved Minnesota companies millions of dollars each and every year. In fact, I pulled the numbers for this year for 2023. And over the last year in our work, we helped Minnesota companies save 2.1 million pounds of waste, 14 million gallons of water, 13.8 million kilowatt hours, 506,000 therms of energy, and saved companies over $2 million in first year business cost savings. So that's on an annual basis. So our work reaches far across Minnesota and has gone back 40 years just this year.
Got it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. That's, that's what we like to hear. And I apologize, but yeah, I'm older than the executive director at least. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question. Who will you be sharing this information with, like all communities or cities? And then coupled with that, what kind of assistance do you give the industrial entities that you're working with to help reduce the chloride?
Sure, and that's a great, sorry. Madam Chair, members, thank you for that question. That's a wonderful one. So that is really one of the main priorities of our work, is to make sure that we have leave behind materials. So what we'll be doing is, of course, doing the technical assistance, which I'll describe here in a moment. But at the end of that, what we will be doing is summarizing our work by creating success stories. We'll be providing presentations, putting together a webinar, and creating a web page as resources for communities to reach out to. We'll also work with other organizations to share this information. We also have very close relationships with many of the wastewater facilities within the state, because a lot of our work has really worked with them over the last year in a variety of different ways. So we'll be sure to share our work with them directly, but then of course have it summarized within our resources as well. As far as the technical assistance that we provide, what we do, we have 12 staff members, I think 11 of which are engineers. And so what we do is go on site, really walk through the process, really look at what the equipment is, how they're using it, where potential sources of chloride are. And then we will collect the necessary information to understand, is this operating in the most optimal way possible? And what are potential solutions for, optimizing or even changing the way an operation is happening so that they can reduce the chloride that they are using. So that's what we do kind of day in, day out, all year round. And then our interns are placed on site for 3 months full time, about 40 hours each week, and really are able to dig in and get deep into the operations to understand opportunities.
Thank you.
Representative Hollins.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you for this presentation. My question is what are the criteria that are used to decide which companies you will be assisting? Is there preferential treatment for certain companies or certain locations, urban versus rural, minority-owned companies, or women-run companies, et cetera?
Ms. Klukas?
Madam Chair, members, great question. So the way that we will prioritize this work is unique to this project. Each project that we do at MnTAP is a little bit different in who we're reaching out to. We have projects that serve greater Minnesota. We have projects that serve Metro, really depending on what the scope of the project is and potentially who our funding partner is. In this case, we'll be starting our outreach efforts to industrial facilities and wastewater facilities that have chloride limits already. So that's going to be our first layer of focus, and really what will drive kind of our prioritization is where are the potential largest opportunities for chloride reduction. But overall, MnTAP serves all Minnesota businesses, and has really focuses on making sure that our services are accessible.
Quick follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that answer. And then my follow-up question is, what sort of, I'm trying to think of the word, what buy-in do the companies or industries have in this process? You're requesting state dollars for obviously a very admirable goal, but state dollars for private industry. So what is the benefit? What skin do they have in the game?
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. That's a great question. And so, what the service we're providing mimics the type of service we provide to all of Minnesota all of the time, in that our services are no cost. So it's a great question. What is the buy-in? And really that's part of our job, is to create recommendations that can be implemented and provide cost savings to the company. In general, about 1/3 of our recommendations are implemented overall, and compared to other technical assistance programs, this is a pretty respected number. It's right in line, if not at the top of what other technical assistance programs experience. And so for each of our recommendations, we really do focus on those cost savings. We provide kind of win-win opportunities for companies, both to reduce their environmental footprint and also, improve their bottom line.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to switch chairs again.
All right, okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Gibson. We're pretty much just hand gavel to each other.
Yes.
Not the chair, not the chairs.
We're a team.
Yep, we are a good team. So, this is the one that the presenter is different. Okay. This is University of Minnesota College of Food and Agriculture and Natural Resources. The line item for that is 135. The proposal ID is 233. Project name is Pilot Water Budget Framework for Managing Water Withdrawals. So, presenter, please introduce yourself when you're ready. And are you online?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for inviting us to present today. My name is Nigel Pickering with Geosyntec Consultants. I'm working with John Niebuhr at the University of Minnesota. And John asked me to present today because of my strong technical background on this topic. So our team, I'm a senior water resources engineer with 35 years of experience working on water quantity and quality issues. John is a longtime successful professor at the U with extensive surface and groundwater modeling expertise. We also have a graduate student with expertise in hydrology, and our Geosyntec staff with skills in GIS analysis and data processing. So what's the problem we're tackling? We all have the need for clean, available water. So how can we manage its use to ensure adequate supply without creating severe impacts to the environment? Water withdrawals can dramatically reduce stream flows, groundwater levels and lake levels, and damage aquatic systems. How do we prevent that while still having enough water available? Managing water withdrawals is complicated, and not all withdrawals have the same effect. There are spatial effects. Withdrawals in a small watershed can dry up a stream. Temporal effects. Impacts are highest when stream flow is lowest in the summer. There are net effects. Withdrawals with no return flows have largest impacts. Examples are irrigation and water transfers. And then cumulative effects, the sum of all withdrawals on the total watershed. So recently, the New York Times published some articles on water management entitled "A Tangle of Rules to Protect America's Water is Falling Short." This proposed project will help, quote unquote, untangle the rules by developing a technical framework to manage water withdrawals. So our approach is to develop a water budget framework that quantifies the effect of withdrawals on the environment. We will build off an existing water budget framework that was developed in Massachusetts around 2010. The framework uses natural condition metrics for summertime conditions in small watersheds, then evaluates the net cumulative withdrawal impacts relative to that metric. For watersheds, we would use something like the near natural August median flow. It's a low flow metric. Or for groundwater areas, we might use something different like the near natural annual recharge. It depends. And then the relative impacts will be computed, like so certain withdrawal percentage, net withdrawal percentage versus metric will be mapped and evaluated for management utility. An example of one of those maps from Massachusetts is behind me. This approach identifies priority areas. These are the red areas on the map where you can focus on doing more. So why are we proposing a pilot project? I was fortunate to be very intimately involved with developing the water budgets framework in Massachusetts. And although we know the general framework and it's well understood, this is not Massachusetts, a much bigger state. So we suggest a pilot project to flesh out the details. There are differences in geology, ecosystem regions, differing interests of state agencies, and we don't even know the exact quality of the required data, or numeric and GIS data for performing these calculations. Hence the need for a pilot project. So the outcome of this project, we will use this existing water budgets approach and adapt it to Minnesota. And we will form a technical advisory committee with all the water experts from USGS, DNR, MPCA, MDA, etc. And we will tailor our project approach to develop a water budget framework that is specific to Minnesota. And then we will test it in various watersheds and groundwater regions. If the pilot is successful, it might have the potential to blossom from pilot scale to statewide. We could link water budget indicators to ecological impacts, and then from the framework could evolve a sustainable water management policy. This is a pilot project with a great future utility to Minnesota. We hope you select it for funding. Thank you. I have to take questions.
Thank you. Any question from members? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the recent permitting by the DNR to produce water for water bottles and plastic in the Elko New Market region, how would something like your project come into play? It doesn't have some of the public comment. There was a lot of concern about local wells. You talk about groundwater here. I'm just curious, how would that information be relayed to the DNR?
Typically, wells above a certain size, say 100,000 gallons per day, have to need a permit, and so that creates the reporting mechanism. I don't know if this particular, I'm not familiar with this particular facility, so if it falls below that threshold, then perhaps there is no reporting required, so that would make it more difficult. We did run into some of these in Massachusetts, and generally speaking, if they fall below such a threshold and there's not too many of them, the impact can be small unless it happens to be in a small watershed, and then we may have to do some further digging to get those data.
Any follow-up? Members, Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I noticed that in your activity 2, one of the challenges is the effect of climate change on all of this. And as you know, last year we were in a drought for several years, 2 or 3 years, and now we've all, over the last month or so, we've recharged, they've said we're not in a drought anymore. And so it says that you're going to evaluate how climate change might influence the approach and utilize recent work at the University of Minnesota to evaluate the effect of climate change on recharge. Can you just elaborate on that very briefly about what that research was and how it's evaluating the recharge? Thanks.
Yeah, that research was actually, thank you for the question. That research was actually done by Hawj, who now works for us in geosyntech. It was done at the University of Minnesota, and it looked at how recharge varied spatially throughout the state by using climate change models, as weather inputs basically to drive regional models and then come up with predicted recharge amounts. It was highly varied. Some areas had more recharge due to climate change, and some areas had less. So it's not a very clear answer, I'm afraid. But what we would try and do is try and incorporate that as some sort of a trend into this water budgets analysis. So as you go forward, you could, your metric that you're using may actually move with time.
Mr. Chair.
Follow up, Commissioner Albright.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I would agree. Basically, climate change is the wild card that we really have trouble putting into a scientific model, I think, and good luck with that. I appreciate your project. Thanks. It's very much needed in our state. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pickering, thank you for your presentation. I was just curious, budget's a little unique in that the primary is only 1/3 of the budget, while the subcontractor is 2/3 of the budget. So could you talk a little bit about geosyntech? And then I guess the last comment before I turn it over to you is, I think it would be, if this project moves forward, I think it would be reasonable of staff to request a more detailed subcontract budget. So.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so we do have a detailed budget which we submitted to University of Minnesota, to John Niebuhr, so we can back that up for sure. There's no problem with that. We just have a larger piece of this particular work, I think mostly because of my background in the work, and also the staff that we have that I think would be able to process huge amounts of data down to the few numbers that are required to actually perform each water budget in each area. So I think it's just more of a staffing issue, and also maybe a personal preference of the principal investigator of this project.
Mr. Chair, follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
Could you talk a little bit more about your consulting company, Geosyntech? Just the capabilities, number of people,
Right.
location, or headquarters, things of that nature.
Yeah, we are a large scientific engineering company. We're about 2,200 people. We have offices in almost every state of the US, and then also some international offices in Australia, Sweden, and Spain. and also, well, Canada as well. We have a fairly large office. We tend to focus more on the sciencey side of engineering. We have, I think, about 15% PhDs, which is unusual in engineering companies, and about 50% of advanced degrees, so BS and higher. So we like to do these kinds of projects. We go after research projects fairly frequently with, with Department of Defense funding, like the CERTA funding program or EPA. So we feel very comfortable with this kind of work. It's like an extension of the PhD work that many of the staff have done. So does that answer your question? Do you have any follow-up?
Yes. No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We're going to move on to the next one.
Thank you.
Yep. The next one is Reuse Minnesota. The title is Reuse for the Future, Youth Education and Engagement. Line number is 125 and proposal ID is 120. Presenter is Ms. Barker. Are you ready?
I am. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Go ahead with your presentation and do also introduce yourself.
Very good. Thank you so much, members of the committee. I really appreciate your time today. My name is Emily Barker, and I am the Executive Director for Reuse Minnesota. I am greatly appreciative of the opportunity to share with you today about Reuse Minnesota's youth education programming. As a nonprofit dedicated to expanding and supporting reuse throughout the state, one of our strategic goals is to ensure that young people are given opportunities to experience, engage with, and implement reuse in their lives. In a world increasingly reliant on low quality, quickly made goods, our goal is to share learning experiences that help students incorporate reuse practices such as repairing, repurposing, buying secondhand, and renting into their lives now and into the future. For some, we hope it may even inspire a career. As someone who's worked in the solid waste field for over a decade, I have found that most learning opportunities for students are focused on recycling and composting. And while these are certainly important, we know that reuse and waste prevention, in part thanks to a study that was funded through LCCMR, have the greatest environmental impact by both decreasing resource use and minimizing the materials that need to be disposed of and managed long-term, often by public entities. In particular, reuse provides pathways for reducing the parts of our waste stream that are not readily recyclable, such as clothing. By caring for the materials that we use to make products, from wood to rare earth elements, we protect our natural resources and ecosystems here in Minnesota and around the globe. Over the last 2 years, we have developed programming that gives students hands-on opportunities to learn about mending, building material reuse, electronics refurbishment, creative upcycling, and so much more. Many students no longer have the opportunity to touch a needle and thread or sewing machine in their K-12 experience, and our program provides a first step into exploring the possibilities of things like repair. Trying out such skills gives space to build confidence and self-sufficiency. This year, we had students excitedly creating custom patches from fabric scraps and fusible backing and trying their hand at visible mending and repurposing textiles for creative projects. One group of students had the opportunity to tour a nonprofit electronics refurbisher and understand the importance of caring for their electronics and repair services. The topics we covered also gave us the opportunity to share resources within the students' communities, which in turn supports local businesses and nonprofits in the reuse sector. Our goal with this funding proposal is to take what we've created and turn it into a free resource that is easy for teachers to use no matter where they are in the state. Our programming can be used in science classes, social studies, and the arts. By matching up the different modules and lessons with state educational standards, we can support educators in their work to meet required learning objectives. That said, we recognize that we do not have the in-house expertise necessary to make that a reality. Hiring a contractor familiar with the Department of Education standards will be critical to ensuring the benefits of this resource are maximized. In addition, translating the materials provides expanded learning opportunities for more students. With our funding from Hennepin County, we were able to translate some of the class materials, including surveys that students take at the start and end of the curriculum, and a worksheet students use to reflect on each lesson. With this funding from LCCMR, we would build those resources by translating the instructional materials within the curriculum. Finally, we have had fantastic support from Hennepin County in making this programming a reality in schools in their county, where we have worked directly with educators in 4 schools to engage students in meaningful learning. However, we have found that funding opportunities to expand the program have been limited. Funding through LCCMR would allow us to offer this resource to educators in other metro counties, such as Scott County, which has already expressed support for the project, and throughout rural Minnesota. We are excited to be expanding some of our other work in several greater Minnesota counties starting this summer, thanks to a grant from NPCA. And that grant will allow us to support the creation of fix-it clinics in those counties. And we feel that the greater Minnesota partnerships we develop through that work, as well as other relationships we've already built, will help us identify and build additional partners for the curriculum expansion through LCCMR. In total, we would work with 10 schools or districts, depending on their size, to implement the curriculum, and then the resources would be available openly to any educator thereafter. Thank you again so much for this opportunity to share with you about our work and our proposed project, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Any question from members? Commissioner Peichel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Have you had the opportunity to connect with or consider partnering with correctional facilities and our overly large incarcerated population as an educational opportunity to enhance skills upon release?
Thanks so much for that question. That is, thank you, Chair. Thank you. That's a really great question. With this project specifically, I hadn't considered it, but it is certainly something we're open to. We know that many of our partners, so Reuse Minnesota is a member-based organization, so we have organizations like Repowered and others who are part of our organization we work with regularly, and as you likely know, they work with folks who have barriers to employment due to previous incarceration. I think that that is definitely an important area, and there are a lot of opportunities in the field of green jobs and reuse that would benefit folks who have those barriers to employment. So while it isn't necessarily the focus of this, our hope in this project is to reach young people before they get out into their careers and into college even. But I think it's absolutely something that we look to expand. Thank you.
Any question from members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Reese.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Barker. I had a question regarding the curriculum. Can you just clarify this? Are you developing curriculum, or are you taking existing curriculum and aligning it with state standards, which is what I'm reading in your presentation?
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner. Appreciate the question. So we have already created educational curriculum that we have implemented in schools in Hennepin County through our grants with them. So we've had modules we've created where we do and present those in schools with this. And we also invite guest speakers, which, as you'll notice, is part of the budget. One of the greatest things that the students benefit from is having people from outside their classroom come in and talk about what they do, what it's like to be someone in Ree's field. And so this would be taking and implementing it in other places throughout the state. And then the big thing is aligning it with the educational standards of the state, because as I mentioned, like I've gone through some of those. I don't know if any of you have looked into the educational stuff on the website, Department of Ed, but it's a lot. And I think having somebody that actually understands, okay, this module would fit with these parts of educational standards is really the big thing. So, yeah.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So do you charge for the schools for curriculum, or is this provided free of charge once you're done? And just a quick comment, I appreciate that you put a budget in for doing background checks.
Yes, thank you for that question. So we do not charge. Fortunately, our work that we have done so far, and the two pictures here are, one of them is with Longfellow High School, and one of them is with Roosevelt High School. We also worked with Edison High School and Brooklyn Center last year. And we don't charge. Hennepin County has funded all of our work so far, and this grant would fund everything. So our goal is to not have cost be a barrier for districts, and that anything we created out of this, so all of the print or the translated materials and all the aligned stuff would be available through our website for any educator. And one thing I will just mention in terms of like dissemination, I had previously connected with a teacher who is at Mankato State, if I remember right, who does family and consumer sciences, she teaches educators in that field. And they have a conference called Facts to the Max, in case you didn't know that, at Family and Consumer Sciences. And we had talked about, once this was there, we could present that and share that with those educators who go to that conference. So we would get it out in those ways. But yes, always the goal would be free, because for us, it is about getting this into the hands of educators working with young people. And then, yeah, on the background check, as I had asked of staff, it's not something that we have been required to do in our schools. And so knowing that it is part of the LCCMR requirement, that would be really helpful for us, because as a very small nonprofit, it's not something we really have the budget for. So we would really appreciate the support on that piece.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Barker.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We're
Thank
gonna
you so
move on.
much.
Yep, thank you, Ms. Barker. We're gonna move on to the next item, but just want members to know that we're behind time in an hour behind time, right? Half an hour behind time. So just FYI, not that, we're trying to limit your question, but your question is needed. So the next item is Association of Cass County Lakes. The project name is Public Water Access, AIS Cleaning Station, Signs and Tools. The line number for that is 121, and proposal ID is 108. Is Mr. Bloom online? Go ahead with your presentation. Mr. Bloom, Nick Bloom. Okay, we're gonna jump to the next one until Mr. Nick Bloom confirm his present. The next one is University of Minnesota Landscape.
I am here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Nick Bloom. I'm the treasurer and the AIS. Okay, try this again. I'm Nick Bloom, the treasurer and the AIS Cleaning Station Project Manager and a member of the DNR State AIS Advisory Committee known as SASAC. The Association of Cass County Lakes, known as ACL, is a 501c3 nonprofit comprised of 40 lake associations representing 85 lakes and over 15,000 property owners. In 2023, ACL purchased the signs, posts, and tools like that behind me for installing 100 AIS cleaning stations. So far, we've installed 65, with the remainder to be installed by the end of 2024. We're requesting $38,000 for the installation of 200 additional AIS self-service cleaning stations at federal, DNR, tribal, and private resort access ramps in Cass County. What is the problem? AIS can be transported statewide from infested waters when owners fail to clean their watercraft. Cass County has many destination fishing lakes infested with AIS, including Leech, Winnipegashish, 10 Mile, Gull, Woman, and Washburn. Our proposed solution is that cleaning stations prevent the statewide spread of AIS. The DNR conducted field study observations from 2019 to 2023 at public access ramps, where they observed a 27% increase in watercraft cleaning when the AIS tools were present. They found that boaters were 1.4 times more likely to stop and clean their watercraft when the stations existed, and 4 times more likely to use the tools when they were present at the stations. Most importantly, they observed a 2-minute increase in the time cleaning their watercraft when stations and tools were present. Cass County has a total of 320 water access locations, including 115 DNR ramps. So far, ACL will address 100 of those. Of the remaining 220, there are 120 resort ramps, 30 tribal ramps, and 21 Leech Lake Harbor locations. Of the 200 locations identified, over 90% lack DNR watercraft inspectors to stop AIS. If approved for an additional 200 stations, ACL will use the same DNR-approved sign standards, the same vendors, materials, distribution, and installation methods, an approximate cost of $150 per location. Our project has generated statewide interest. The local Bemidji Lakeland PBS station did a special on us, and I was asked to make a presentation at the DNR statewide AIS off-season workshop, addressing all SWCD staff in all counties. As a result, we coordinated, ACL coordinated a statewide multi-county purchasing and distribution effort with the assistance of Steve Henry, a AIS technician for Cass County SWCD. We had 15 counties and tribal organizations order materials for another 350 stations. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bloom, for your presentation. Any question from members? Commissioner Pickel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your leadership in AIS station development. I hope that there's a way that we can expand this project to every county and every district. It would be great for every lake access to have tools available and signage to help prevent the spread. So I appreciate the work you're doing in advocating for treatment of AIS and prevention of expansion of their range. To what extent do you think this could be adopted by every county and implemented at this very reasonable cost you have proposed?
Sharon, thank you for that question. It's a very good one. As a member of the SASAC committee, I asked one of the leaders of the committee if the DNR would be interested in doing something like this on a statewide level. And their initial response was, well, that's really out of our wheelhouse, even though it's a very easy thing to do. And certainly I would be willing to meet with the commissioner and help guide the process. It could be easily done.
Any follow-up? Any question? Any more further question from members? Okay, well, Mr. Bloom, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is University of Minnesota Landscape yes, that is Arboretum. The project name is Grassland Restoration for Pollinator Conservation and Demonstration. The line number is 114 and proposal ID is 30. Mr. Miller, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair and members?
Just fine. Go ahead with your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present the follow-up to our proposal. My name is Brandon Miller. I'm representing the University of Minnesota Landscape Arboretum, which its main address located in Chaska, Minnesota. As an overarching summary of this proposal, we are proposing the reconstruction of a degraded 8.5-acre pasture to develop a model for climate resilient pollinator habitat, incorporating community engagement and species monitoring for continued educational opportunities. So what are the problems and the opportunities? The first is that we have this 8.5-acre parcel of land that has kind of a mixed history. Dating back to the mid-1800s up through the 1960s, it was used for mixed row crop agricultural production. And today, it is a bit of a degraded space that we think really could be used to better educational opportunities. If anybody is familiar with the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum, this pasture land is located at what we commonly refer to as the Farm at the Arb. It is next to the Tashjan Bee and Pollinator Discovery Center, which many of our visitors know as just the Bee Center. And we envision a synergistic opportunity to restore the space, not only to serve as a climate resilient landscape model, but really to support the pollinators and provide educational opportunities to our public stakeholders. We think one of the opportunities with this proposal is based on the fact that we know rusty patch bumblebee, a federally endangered species, has been documented in the vicinity of the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum. And so we think a more permanent landscape that's really tailored to supporting pollinators and is really intentional about climate resiliency, species diversity and preservation, as well as educational opportunities would really just benefit our public stakeholders and our local insects. So how are we going to solve this problem? Well, we aim to work with our site and content experts, Annie Gunnis, Sarah Rademacher, and Annie Claude, who work both on site as horticulturists and folks with an expertise in ecology, as well as our interpretation managers, to really use research-based ecological frameworks that will inform the reconstruction of a novel grassland ecosystem. We'll then use this for developing educational models and future opportunities. We aim to target wild origin genetics to preserve a multitude of native plants that are suited to our future climate conditions, but really not only just acquiring those plants to put them on display, but to really practice conservation efforts and preserve plants along the path here throughout this journey. We aim to maximize genetic diversity and employ in situ conservation techniques. Ultimately, this framework will be based on the model of the Mesic oak savanna habitat. The steps really to getting from point A to point B here are threefold. The first is the site prep. So we have a large portion of our proposal targeting the removal of vegetation. This could be mowing, prescribed burns, and then in tandem with that, collecting seed from our target plants. Our second step is to work through vegetation surveys and pollinator surveys to make sure that we are on track and to verify that our efforts are in fact benefiting pollinators. And lastly, the public engagement. So developing indoor and outdoor exhibits that can demonstrate history of land use, climate resilient landscapes, and pollinator friendly habitat. This all said, the benefits of this project include the restoration of 8.5 acres of space, serving as a model restoration for the region in a changing climate and providing an opportunity to broaden restoration planning and practice. We plan to add this climate resilient landscape to help with ecosystem services on site, like carbon sequestration, water infiltration, as well as the main target, which is the pollinator habitat. And then we think that the plant palette and the permanence of this site could really help support threatened species like the rusty patch bumblebee. So the reclamation of this space will support education with public stakeholders about pollinator conservation and preserving and restoring our native habitats. And the goal is ultimately to have the potential for this to create a positive ripple effect with our public stakeholders, maybe serving as motivation and setting examples with those who can make changes going forward. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for the consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions from the chair or any members.
Okay, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. We do a lot of restoration across the state. We funded a lot of those projects. What I was curious about, you said something about a before and after. Am I picturing you leaving some of the area the way that it was and then you showing restoration?
Chair and committee members, it's a great question. We envision documenting the space as it exists right now, maximizing the implementation of the restoration, and then creating exhibits that can document the history of the space, what it looked like right now, previously, and then obviously having the demonstration of what we envision going forward. So there are pieces to this from an educational perspective that would capture that land use history.
Any follow-up, further question? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Miller, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Hennepin County's project, planning for long-term natural resources protection in Hennepin County. See, the line number is 117 and the proposal ID is 66. Yes, we did recover 3 minutes. So, Christine, please introduce yourself and go ahead with your presentation.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. Thank you for your time and consideration this morning. My name is Christine Maurer, and I'm a supervisor with the Hennepin County Land and Water Unit. I'm here today in support of Proposal 2025-066, Planning for Long-Term Natural Resource Protection, Hennepin County. This project is in direct support of several key issues and goals outlined in the 6-year strategic plan for Minnesota's Environment and Natural Resource Trust Fund. We are requesting $250,000 to support creation of locally informed and expert curated natural resource data, collaborative interactive mapping mechanisms for planning prioritization and decision-making, a data clearinghouse, and web-based toolkit for best practices and training materials. This project will increase preservation, connection, and access to nature through a unified, deliberate, countywide vision to conserve natural resources. This work will improve local decision-making capacity to address complex challenges, resulting in positive outcomes for wildlife and people. By 2040, the Met Council estimates 14,000 acres of open space will be lost to development pressure in Hennepin County. Conserving natural resources requires a suite of tools and data that are up-to-date, trusted, and locally informed, flexible, and user-friendly. This is not currently the case for decision makers and planners across the county. In fact, less than half of the 45 cities in Hennepin County have locally specific natural resource data, and most cities rely on the same outdated regional and statewide data sets, which are not specific to local conditions, priorities, or knowledge. We are here today as a direct response to the needs articulated in interviews, surveys, and workshops with numerous stakeholders across the county over the past few years. For instance, in May of this year, we hosted a collaborative mapping workshop attended by over 30 representatives from local entities. We heard stories from participants about natural places they cared about, where they would expand and connect natural areas, and areas that have been lost to development because the data, tools, resources, policy, and collaboration opportunities were not available. Further emphasizing the proposed project need, we received letters of support from 13 organizations across the county, including the cities of Greenfield, Dayton, Minnetonka, and the Met Council. In fact, the Met Council has indicated interest in replicating our work across the metro region ahead of the 2050 comprehensive planning effort. They have heard from residents about the need for improved conservation and noted that this proposed project ensures technical assistance in forming local commitments and implementation at the community and neighborhood scale is data-driven, fit for purpose, and easy to understand. LCCMR funding will support work to collect local natural resource knowledge and priorities and identify areas of natural resource significance not represented in public geospatial platforms. Additionally, funds will support integration of this work with existing data sets into an interactive mapping tool showcasing areas of high conservation value and classifying areas based on priorities like water quality or cultural value. Ultimately, aiding stakeholders in comprehensive planning and natural resource action and prioritization. LCCMR funds will also support the creation of a centralized clearinghouse to share curated data and a web-based toolkit which will feature best practices, case studies, calculators, and other planning tools. We also plan to provide ongoing support to our partners through workshops and trainings so they can integrate developed resources into everyday operations. Help us help our local communities and partners realize community-based conservation planning and the outcomes of reduced land fragmentation, degradation, loss, and conversion, and improved land use practices by empowering them with increased accuracy, access, and efficiency of data, tools, and collaborative knowledge ahead of the 2050 comprehensive planning cycle. Conservation of natural resource systems necessarily transcends jurisdictional boundaries, and we believe that this work led by these partners has the outcome of a shared natural resource vision across the county and beyond. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, any question from members? Chair Gibson.
Thank you. Just quickly, is your funding or your toolkit include long-term maintenance?
Yes. Oops, sorry. Yes, thank you. Great question, Chair and council members. We are planning to sustain staffing to support the long-term ongoing maintenance of the systems and tools that we are building, and do not expect that LCCMR will be the sole funder of those ongoing needs. We have support from our internal partners and hope that through the case building that we make with the next 2 years of this phase 1 effort, we will also be able to gather more support from external partners to support that work as well.
Further question? Okay, Ms. Bauer, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is the project from Ear River Greening. The name of the project is Accelerating Genetic Migration of Bur Oak, 10 years data. The line number is 120 and the proposal ID is 97. Mr. Buck, are you online and ready to go?
Indeed, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Mr. Chair and members, I am Wiley Buck. I'm the Central Minnesota Program Manager for Great River Greening, a St. Paul nonprofit. To my right is our research partner for this proposal, Dr. Lee Freilich, Director of the Center for Forest Ecology here at the University of Minnesota. We are seeking your support today to return to these four Central Minnesota restoration sites on Greening's local government unit partner land, where we planted 6,000 bur oak seedlings of 3 ecotypes provenances nearly 10 years ago. With your support, Greening will perform some typical enhancements to these plantings, while Dr. Freilich and his students will collect, analyze, and report on the 10-year growth and survival data of the various oaks. Both of us will then disseminate and discuss the results through our respective practitioner and academic avenues, including interpretive panels at each site, to advance the best practices for bur oak planting in our state and beyond. So some background, LCCMR and the legislature supported the initial planting and fencing of these 6,000 seedlings under ML 15, as well as collection of the first year growth and survival data by Dr. Lee Freilich, all found in a report submitted as part of the final report on the ML 15. So we are here today as this longer term 10-year data is even more valuable than the first year data, given that these seedlings have now experienced a broader range of Minnesota weather and climate. So why bur oak? Bur oak is a key species in several Minnesota natural communities, providing acorn mast and vertebrate habitat, cavity nesting habitat for birds and mammals. And while we still generally enjoy the mature stately bur oaks in our state, the future for bur oak is not as bright, as there is insufficient regeneration underway, leading to a lack of younger bur oak. This regeneration has been disrupted by development, conversion, altered fire and grazing cycles, and excessive shading by invasive buckthorn. Adding to these challenges, bur oak is slow growing with an extended timeline to reach reproductive age and does not have a high enough natural rate of migration to adapt to our changing climate. All told, given the importance of bur oak, the longstanding and new threats to its continued population here in Minnesota, planting of bur oak is a common restoration practice, and the need is urgent for maximizing our long-term planting success. This project will advance our understanding and practices to that end. Thank you for your consideration. Happy to open it up and take questions.
A question from members, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you incorporating considerations for monitoring for oak wilt and blight expansion along with bur oak moving into Minnesota from Missouri and elsewhere with these genetic resources? Are you looking at susceptibility as well?
These trees are not old enough to get oak wilt, and bur oak is nowhere near as susceptible to oak wilt as some of the other oak species. So very good question, Commissioner and Chair, but it's beyond the scope of this particular project.
Follow-up, Commissioner Peichel.
And bur oak blight considerations if it were to expand into Minnesota further?
Yes, if there's bur oak blight on any of these trees, we would be able to observe that. Now that the experiment's 10 years old, we would be able to observe a lot of different potential problems caused by fungi or insects. That's one of the values of a 10-year-old experiment and doing the remeasurement at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Chair Gibson.
Thank you. I'm just curious, these trees are 10 years old. What's the average height of them, height and girth?
Mr.
Well,
Buck?
we haven't measured them yet, but you can see in our background, hopefully, that there's some a lot of variety in the height. I would say the largest one in the background is probably 10 feet tall, and then there's a number that are 3 feet, 5 feet, quite a variety. So some good data to collect. I have casually observed the height over the years. I have not taken a look at the girth. So,
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for this presentation. I'm curious a bit about, while I believe that propagating oaks for protecting, restoring, enhancing land, water, and habitat is important. Often, state agencies are focused on rotation age and wood products usage. And so how does that mentality or mindset, I should say, fit into this whole process of how we're going to raise that species at Bedore Nursery, the state nursery, for example, and make sure that it's part of our reforestation in the state of Minnesota that maybe isn't necessarily focused on timber harvest. So I'm just curious how that, how you are going to coexist with that sort of idea of why we have timber in our state. Thanks.
Mr. Buck. All right.
Mr. Chair, members, yeah, these study sites are smaller than industrial forest or harvest sites. They are in natural areas. So there's no direct connection to forest industries. But we do think we're going to have a pretty wide dissemination of the results, and that if there are forest practitioners in there, we would enthusiastically share and discuss the results at that time.
Yes, and I would add that we're going to know which of these 3 different ecotypes grows best. And so we will have some information that relates to the future productivity of bur oak, depending on where the seed source comes from. And that's something that we just don't know much about in this particular species at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Albright.
Thanks, Dr. Freilich. I appreciate all the research and work you do in the tree industry, in the tree climate, or I should say the whole idea of our tree cover and the trees that we really need in our state. Will you have any? Will these research sites be monitoring wildlife habitat and how wildlife habitat is supported with this particular tree species? Thanks.
Mr. Buck.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you. There currently is no budget in for wildlife surveys for this proposal. We do hope that that we could return in another 10 years for the 5 or 10 years for the 15 and 20-year data, and would certainly consider putting in wildlife surveys at that point.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Buck. All right,
Thank
now
you.
members, right now we're 5 minutes till 12, and it's about lunchtime, so we have a few options. We're behind schedule by roughly 30 minutes still. We hope to recover some time, but to the presenter though, right now we're on, let me see, the next on our agenda would be boardwalk over boggy land by City of Better Lake, but we're gonna hold their presentation for a while and then go according to the sequence of items here on the list. But back to members, we have 3 options. Option 1 is we take 5 minutes to grab our sandwich and return to work here and listen to the presenters. Option 2 is take the full 30 minutes lunch break and hope that we're caught up, in this afternoon sometime. And option 3 is it's a combo between number 1 and number 2 with shorter lunch of only 15 minutes. So which one member prefer? We may need to do roll call. No, I'm just kidding. Any question on this?
Chair, I would vote for the 15-minute lunch. That would be my vote.
Same.
Okay. All right, 15. Okay, third option as a combo, grab your lunch and for only 15 minutes and come back. Thank you. We shall take recess.
Snackaroonie. You know what's in these? Turkey.
These are tuna.
Original Italian. Oh, maybe I'll have that.
Grows up, it's.
Okay. Okay, we now reconvene the LCCMR committee for June 20th, and we'll call it back to order. I want to thank the presenter that's waiting in the back room. Thank you for your patience. We're gonna go back according to agenda, and I know that some member may still be finishing their lunch, and so like the old days say, you may speak, but not while you have food in your mouth. So, if Mr. Martin is ready, Mr. Martin with the city of Battle Lake is ready to present boardwalk over boggy land for recreational purposes. Line number is 131 and proposal ID is 173. If Mr. Martin is ready, please acknowledge and go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. My name is Val Martin. I work for the city of Battle Lake, and we're here from not really sunny Battle Lake today, but Battle Lake is in central Minnesota, part of beautiful Otter Tail County, population of 857, right in the middle of Lakes Country. Just wanted to give you a little bit of information about what a small but robust community that we are. I want to introduce Reba Gilliand on my right, and she is part of our Parks Committee, and Jade on our left, and he is our city engineer. I'm going to turn it over to Reba to explain a little bit, and then Jade will explain the rest of the presentation.
Okay,
So thank you for this opportunity.
Please introduce yourself.
Go ahead.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Reba Gillian. Moved here from the cities about 22 years ago. I am a volunteer in the community working on the Parks Committee. And we have a challenge in this very small community, a very small city limits with some undevelopable city property that's right in the middle of the city. It is comprised of both high ground and also a low boggy area. It's a place where rainwater collects and snow, and then it's used with the drainage of the city system. And given the wet and dry cycles that we have lately over the last couple of decades, it's become a real problem with the management of the city. So that's our challenge, but actually this challenge gives us an opportunity to take advantage of this wetland area and high ground area to create a nature preserve that will allow us to have trails and natural habitat, turn it into a recreation and educational site. And more than, I guess, that's a great opportunity, but it really will solve the city's problem in many ways about how to manage the stormwater system. So by having a bog walk over this area, it will help the city resolve their challenges with the stormwater system, while at the same time giving people in this community an opportunity to see the natural ecology of a wetlands area, serving both educational purposes and, as I said, recreational purposes. So that's our challenge and our opportunity, and funding this bog walk will take us along the first step of our potential or eventual developing this into a nature preserve, thus preserving habitat and giving our people an opportunity to witness many of the natural resources in this town.
Thank you, committee and chair. My name is Jade Burby. I'm the city's engineer. The proposed bog walk would consist of the construction of a 5-foot wide, ADA accessible, about 400-foot long boardwalk, as Reba had indicated, that would provide educational and recreational access to the low-lying area within the community, thus providing, as Reba had indicated, education and more information to the general public, showing the changes in the community and how stormwater has impacted the community itself and other low-lying areas in Lakes Country. see we're out of time, so I'll pass it back. I appreciate the opportunity to present this project to the committee and the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Riva, Val, and James. Any questions from members? Okay, looks like you do very well. And thank you for your presentation and give us regard to the city of Battle Lake.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Next is the city of Duluth. The project name is Enhancing Preservation and Accessibility at Hawj Nature Reserve. And the line item number is 137. Proposal ID is 268. Janelle Long, if you up there, and I remember we had a site visit. This was the climatic part of our visit for me, especially. I love to do that again. So go ahead. Yeah.
Good. Well, we'd love to have all of you back, especially as we start the fall bird migration in just a few months. So thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for this opportunity. My name is Janelle Long, and I'm the Executive Director of Hawj Bird Observatory. I'm excited to share the importance of this accessible trail project at Hawj, which is part of our larger facilities plan. This trail will have a major impact to ensure our education programming and facilities are more inclusive of people of all abilities. Just a quick background, Hawj Bird Observatory is the nonprofit organization that manages the Hawj Nature Reserve in a trust agreement with the city of Duluth. We work in partnership with the city of Duluth in many aspects of taking care of the nature reserve, including facilities improvements like this. Our mission is to promote conservation of raptors and other birds in the Western Lake Superior region through research, education, and stewardship. For over 50 years now, visitors from around the world have been coming to Hawj to witness one of the largest fall bird migrations in the U.S. Hawj Bird Observatory staff conduct bird migration count and banding research, provide education programs to the general public, school groups from preschool through college, homeschools, and other civic groups and clubs. As our organization and numbers of participants continue to grow, the bird conservation research and education programs have expanded. But what hasn't changed much in the last 50 years are the facilities at the Nature Reserve. We currently only have one education area for group programs, which limits our capacity for numbers of students participating during the fall bird migration. When we have multiple groups visiting or classes, which happens often due to busing costs, we need to split the group and utilize the trails and road space for programming. However, if you've been to Hawj, the trails are very rugged and rocky and not accessible to all. The viewing space on the road is accessible, but it can be very crowded along the roadside and unsafe with vehicle traffic coming through. So we have not been able to provide accessible programming for all of the people visiting within our current facilities. Throughout the last 5 years and even longer with our vision for the project, we developed the Hawj Facilities Improvement Plan. This was approved by the City of Duluth in 2022, and through the local support of foundations and community feedback, we were able to move forward on it. The accessible trail will be the first step of this project, and it is in our first phase of high priority needs. It'll be the launching point for additional accessible facilities improvements in the future, which will include several outdoor classroom spaces off the trail, expanded safe observation overlook viewing space, an amphitheater for large group programs, and permanent restrooms, parking improvements, and nature playscape. The accessible trail will also provide new opportunities for nature interpretation along the trail, such as telling the story of a migratory journey of birds as you move along the trail, while also increasing our capacity for safety and accessibility within the nature reserve. The trail will be a loop starting and ending at our main overlook. It'll be universally accessible to meet the ABA Recreational Trail Accessibility Standards and Minnesota DNR Sustainability Guidelines. It will also include segments of boardwalk to protect and preserve wetlands and upgrades to the existing trail and meet surface requirements for an accessible trail. Invasive species removal will also be completed along the accessible trail corridor, which is another opportunity for promoting and protecting native biodiversity. Overall, this accessible trail project will help us kick off the important facilities improvements needed at Hawk Ridge Nature Reserve to make it a more accessible, equitable, safer, and sustainable space. It will allow us to expand opportunities for people of all ages and abilities for environmental education, bird watching, and nature recreation. It will help us to continue to serve as good stewards of our natural resources by promoting conservation of birds and nature spaces through protection, enhancement, and preservation. Thank you for this opportunity and consideration, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, members, any questions? Commissioner Albright.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this project forward. I think it's a great project. I was surprised at the low cost until I looked that you have brought to the table 52,000 in match. So thanks for that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Those online? Okay. Commissioner Faber.
Hi, Janelle. Nice to see you.
Yes, you too.
So I was going to ask you a question. There's one thing I've only seen ever at Hawk Ridge. I've never seen anything else. And guess what? It's not feathered, it's furred. So that I'm curious if this is going to be included in your conservation plans. It's called the Franklin's ground squirrel.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's the only time I've ever seen when I took my students up there.
We do, and yeah, they are fun to watch. They often visit our bird feeders around the observation platform. Yeah, and that's an exciting part with our larger facilities improvement plans, is that we are able to start looking at, you know, the kind of full gamut of the biodiversity that exists up there, including those Franklin's ground squirrels. And so, yeah, I'm super excited to launch this and to move on to those next steps too.
I don't remember if I'd said that to you when we met you on our field trip last fall, but I would have been remorse if I didn't, because that sticks out in my mind. Yes, the raptors are great, but seeing the Franklin's ground squirrel, that was a highlight. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Great. Good discussion. So we will thank you, Ms. Long, for your presentation, and hope to see you again soon.
Yes, you too. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we are gonna go to University of Minnesota St. Anthony Falls Laboratory. Their project is predicting contaminant movement in Minnesota fractal aquifers. Line number is 30, and project proposal ID is 110. And presenter is Mr. Kang. If you're online, go ahead with your presentation.
Mr. Chair and Commission members, my name is Dr. Peter Kang, and my colleague, Dr. Tony Runkel, will start the presentation.
Mr. Chair and Commission members, thank you for the opportunity to outline this project for you. My name is Tony Runkle, and I am the lead geologist and interim director of the Minnesota Geological Survey. Beyond administrative responsibilities at the Geological Survey, I've been involved with groundwater mapping and related research in Minnesota for over 30 years. This activity has included collaboration with the Department of Health, Natural Resources, the PCA, MDA, tribal nations, and county and local municipalities. My particular expertise is on contaminant transport in groundwater. Groundwater supplies about 75% of Minnesota's drinking water, and in rural areas, they rely almost entirely on it. Unfortunately, it is threatened by a number of contamination issues. Examples include the well-known PFAS plumes in the eastern Twin Cities metro area, as well as a large number of other PFAS-impacted sites more recently recognized across much of Minnesota, such as at many closed landfills. Another well-known example is the nitrate contamination of groundwater across southeastern Minnesota. These and other groundwater contaminants, such as chloride, pathogens, and microplastics, pose a risk to public health and to the environment. Predicting the paths and speeds at which contaminants move is critical to planning for safe drinking water, for decision-making such as deployment of treatment systems or finding alternative drinking water sources, and for monitoring to determine if mitigation efforts are effective.
We need computer models to predict contaminant transport, but existing computer models oversimplify flow through fractured rock. And as a result, their transport predictions are not accurate enough. Fractured rock is bedrock with cracks and other large cavities through which groundwater can travel rapidly. Fractured rock aquifers are common to northeastern Minnesota, to the Twin Cities metro area, and across all of southeastern Minnesota. And all of these areas have localized or even regionally extensive groundwater contamination issues. Our goal is to develop a practical and easy-to-use software program that can better predict contaminant transport in Minnesota's fractured aquifers. Our proposal is supported by consulting companies, by nonprofits, and state agencies that all deal with groundwater. Formal letters of this support have been made available to you. And now my colleague Peter Kong will elaborate on our solutions.
Mr. Chair and Commission members, I'm an associate professor of U of M, and I have more than 15 years of modeling groundwater contaminant transport. And I'm currently leading a hydrogeology group working on groundwater. But to achieve our project goal, we will combine cutting-edge fracture characterization techniques and advanced computer modeling. So in this schematic, you see these thick black lines that we illustrate as fractures. And contaminants mainly transport through these fractures. And our field techniques will enable us to identify these individual major fractures that govern contaminant transport. Then the computer model, which incorporates these identified fractures, will result in a user-friendly software that predicts movements of contaminants. The tool will be validated at two field sites, one at the U of M campus and another in southeast Minnesota underlain by karst. By transforming the fractured aquifer site on U of M campus, we will be able to create a teaching and research site, which will foster the next generation of hydrogeologists who will lead to protect our precious water resources. We have secured support letters from various entities, and this support is generated because improved prediction of contaminant transport is critical in a number of ways. I want to give you just a few examples. Consultants will use our software for permitting and operational issues, including mine permitting, pipeline siting, and groundwater remediation. It will reduce remediation effort and cost while improving outcomes. For example, the software will aid in source identification, helping remediation efforts. The Minnesota Department of Health source water unit would use the software to improve wellhead protection plans by providing more accurate estimates of contaminant arrival at public supply wells. Also, communities could more accurately predict when they might be impacted by groundwater contaminants so that they can come up with better plans. Our team really look forward to having the opportunity to protect, conserve, and enhance our precious groundwater resources. Thank you for listening and for the opportunity, and we'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this one brief. My concern with the outreach, it sounded like you intended to develop a tool that would be passively available to well users or planning districts or protection districts. Is there an intent to utilize either through the Department of Health, the well registry, to positively notify those who are identified within existing or potential near future fate or transport of these contaminants?
Mr. Kang or Mr. Runkle?
Well, we would be collaborating with the Department of Health as this tool is being developed and including having workshops. But I can't say from our position here how the Department of Health would then transfer the results to well owners. That's just out of our domain.
And just to add, if your concern is about public using this to, I don't know, easily and making concerns, the software still has to have a very accurate input information. So it's something that we really will work with agencies and other partners to make it possible. But It's not something that someone can just randomly download and then do the prediction.
Okay, Commissioner Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I'm looking at your schematic of a study site. And I'm just curious, are you going to be doing monitoring wells in order to trace the dye and the water movement? Thanks.
Yes, that's our plan. And we've been doing dye tracing at multiple study sites, including our U of M field site that we mentioned. And they will greatly help us better understand how contaminants move in fractured aquifers.
And that does include a large number of monitor wells on that site.
And Mr. Chair, just to
Commissioner
follow up. So will you be installing any new monitoring wells or just using existing ones that are there already monitoring? Thanks.
And Mr. Chair and members, that's a very important question. And for now, in the budget, we do not have planned for installing additional monitoring wells. But already at the site, we have about a dozen monitoring wells that is highly instrumented. So we will be able to collect high quality data. And in our Southeast Minnesota site, we also have a well that we can access.
Okay, any further question or remark? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Ranko and Mr. Kang, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is will be from the Glacier Hills Elementary School. And their project name is Eagle Nest, where the world becomes your classroom. Line number is 113. Proposal ID is 12. So, Judy Lung, are you online? If you are.
Yes. Yes, I am. Can you
Okay.
guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. So.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Chair and members, for allowing me this opportunity to share our project with you to seek funding to expand environmental education and enhance our outdoor learning center to the community members of Pope County. My name is Jody Lund, and I'm the director of a child care center serving kids from 6 weeks to 5 years of age in an elementary school serving kids kindergarten through 6th grade, and I'll be the project manager for this project. Glacial Hills Elementary teaches Minnesota standards with a project-based learning and elementary education, or environmental education lens. Our project's focus is getting kids and families outside for multiple reasons: to improve child development, to teach environmental education, to host outdoor recreational activities, and to simply provide a space for all to appreciate nature and invest in the preservation and conservation of the environment. Every community struggles to get kids away from screens and to get kids outside. Every community understands the effects when kids don't get outside. A nature deficit disorder isn't a recognized medical condition, but the medical field all agrees that the lack of nature is causing an increase of anxiety, behavioral issues, depression, stress, and obesity. Overall, we are experiencing the declining health and well-being of the human population. Not to mention, when kids don't get outside, they don't develop an appreciation for nature, resulting in a generation who doesn't prioritize conserving and preserving the Earth's natural resources. This is a problem that plagues communities all over the nation. So why fund this project? Our community simply isn't equipped to address the problem. Our current city parks and amenities are in poor condition. They fail to attract children and families for outdoor learning and recreational activities. And families aren't equipped to tackle this problem due to transportation and financial barriers. 58% of our student population qualifies for free and reduced meals, and the community of Starbuck alone currently has a 13.3% child poverty rate. Our school has the ability, the knowledge, the curriculum, and the staff to lead environmental education outside the school day, but we lack funding to staff these opportunities and complete phase 2 of our outdoor learning center project called the Eagle's Nest. So the solution we propose is building a 6-acre outdoor learning center, as I mentioned earlier, called the Eagle's Nest. We will complete phase 1 of this project this fall. This includes marking and identifying trails, building an outdoor classroom, planting pollinator gardens, creating a hammock garden, and an observation station. And during this phase, 3rd through 6th grade students designed and built these features alongside teachers, already instilling into kids responsibility and respect for nature. The next phase of this project, we would utilize this funding to complete. This would allow us to scatter interactive natural playground and landscaping features throughout the 6 acres. These interactive landscape features fit naturally with nature, but expose people to different landscapes not easily accessed within city limits. Our goal is to not only get people outside, but give access to a plethora of landscapes and remove barriers that prevent families from experiencing the great outdoors. This project would allow us to lead various environmental education programming outside regular school activities. This proposal includes 2 years of funding for a 2-week summer nature camp, family night out events, and a 3-day nature maker camp. The natural playground and landscaping equipment includes log maze, log hurdles, tree cookies, hollow logs, caves, shade arbors, teepees, in-ground climbing walls, embankment slides, a notch log climb, gazebo, and a tree deck to host learning and exploration. This project provides many benefits to the community. It provides families with resources, programming, and a space to collaboratively develop healthy children and families through the use of nature. Children and families will recognize their own interconnectedness with ecosystems that surround them. It expands community connectedness. It restores, conserves, and preserves the rehabilitation of the species and habitats developed in this land, including a pollinator garden, restoring native prairie grasses, foraging plants, and bird habitats. It also provides our school with a space to take learning outside as much as possible and integrate environmental education into our daily curriculum. We literally will be able to make the world our classroom. And finally, I'd like to address the comment in our project review regarding funding for activity 4. It is important to note that half of the funding for this activity is earmarked for landscaping items for nature-based activities throughout the Outdoor Learning Center. About $37,000 of activity 4 is considered capital expenditure and includes an embankment slide, tree deck, gazebo, teepee, embankment climbing walls. Once again, these structures provide areas of exploration, reflection, and learning. Activity 4 allows us to create beautiful, exciting landscapes that are fun, safe, and respect the environment. When these landscapes are built alongside flowers, plants, ponds, and animal-friendly habitat, it becomes a hub of life and encourages kids to play and be mindful of nature. Natural landscapes stimulate imagination and encourages kids to play outside anywhere, even at home, which is what we want. We want kids to love nature and transfer these skills into their daily lives and routines. The equipment will be integrated into our environmental education and our school curriculum. And once again, I thank you for this opportunity to bring one of our dreams to reality. I now open it up for questions.
Any question from members to Ms. Lung? Okay, Commissioner Reese, online.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lund, for your presentation, your proposal. I think it's a really good proposal for the West Central region of Minnesota. I think you addressed it very well, but the capital projects, I think this is always a concern and discussion area amongst the commission. In the RFP, we have funding for capital projects under environmental education. Example, buildings or building infrastructure will not be considered in this category. So I was just curious, does not sound like you're constructing a building or putting building infrastructure in place, but rather equipment. Equipment is fairly low. Each individual piece of equipment is fairly low cost. It doesn't really exceed a $5,000 capital. Is that correct?
Correct. Some of the items do exceed $5,000, but for example, like the larger teepee structure, which allows actually plants to climb up and grow alongside the teepee, and then the kids go inside. And then also like the gazebo, the 10-foot gazebo, which would obviously then, because there's a lot of open space, and so there's not a lot of shade, and so this would provide some shaded opportunities and spots for kids to sit down and learn, reflect. But yeah, there are no large permanent structures that couldn't be, like, if necessary, moved or adjusted. No permanent buildings.
Ms. Lund, follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Lund, if there was something that was removed, such as the lawnmower from the project, can you still, is the project still feasible? Will it still stand on its own?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Thank you all.
Commissioner Albright.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation. Ms. Lund, can I ask you, Commissioner Reese mentioned the lawnmower. I'm curious if you would be willing to switch that out to an electric mower. That would be my first question. And then secondly, have you applied to Minnesota Department of Natural Resources for a local parks grant? Because this seems to fall more under a local parks grant or the No Child Left Inside legislation that also provides funding through the DNR. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for that question, Commissioner. So yes, I would be willing to switch it out to an electric mower. And to address your second question, we have applied for funding. Right now, we did receive the No Child Left Inside grants. We received just under $20,000, and that is providing us with curriculum for the school year. And then it's also providing the community with snowshoes, skis, fishing rods, STEM scopes, outdoor STEM scopes, geocaching. And not only is this equipment, it'll be hosted on site at the school, but we are purchasing a large shed, which was part of the grant match, to be able to house all of this equipment. And then community members can actually come on site and check those items out at no cost. And the goal is then to groom trails in the winter, obviously, for the skis and the snowshoes for families to come down and be able to utilize and get outside and enjoy some recreational activities during even sometimes our tougher seasons.
Any further question? Ms. Long, I do have one question for you. I skimmed through your project and read the project summary, and the last phrase say cultural resource management. Can you explain what that is to me?
Can you state your question again?
On your project summary, the last phrase is said and cultural resource management. So can you explain that to me?
Where are you noting that one?
Unless I hope I'm. Oh, I look at the wrong project. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay. All right.
But I want to tap on if you can have any say on diversity.
Yeah. So one of the. Oops, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That I was I just use that phrase just to lead on.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Go ahead.
Yep, wonderful. So as we kind of progress through phases of the Outdoor Learning Center, we plan to integrate cultural heritage into different aspects of the Outdoor Learning Center. So we'll have kids go around and learn about the different species and animals and plants that exist there. And then the kids are going to make signs and post them throughout. And when they share information about those species, they're going to do it in the English language, in Norwegian, and then also in the native language. And then we have some connections with the University of Minnesota Morris to come out, and also through one of our nutrition education grants, we're already connecting with a tribe to come out and teach kids about foraging and what that looks like, and all of the natural species that actually is edible for kids or used for medicinal purposes. So we do, I mean, we're in the early phases, but we do have intentions to tie in cultural aspects and cultural learning into environmental education.
Okay, well, thank you for the answer. I just want to prompt get you to elaborate a little bit on that front.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Lund, for the presentation. Before we go to the next one, Director Nash. have a statement.
Mr. Chair and members, I just want to note that we are now transitioning into the 15-minute long presentation.
Okay. So 15 minutes that you have, Great River, yeah. Great River Greening will have 15 minutes for their presentation. The line number is 115. And the reason for my faux pas earlier is that I confused between the line number and the project proposal number. So this, yeah, the proposal number, proposal ID is 54. This project name is Engaging Our Diverse Public in Environmental Stewardship Phase 2. Mr. Brew, are you online right now?
Yep, I'm here and ready to go. Thank you.
All right, go ahead with your presentation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Brendan Blue, and I am the Environmental Stewardship Director of Great River Greening, a habitat restoration nonprofit based out of St. Paul. Today, I am proposing a second phase for our Engaging Our Diverse Public in Environmental Stewardship program, which strengthens the conservation ethic of our public through outreach, education, internships, and hands-on restoration activities that engage Minnesota's diverse population while celebrating and restoring our shared natural areas. There are 3 core components to the program, the first of which are Activity 1, centers on engaging the public in hands-on restoration events on publicly protected land, with a special focus on engaging the public in greater Minnesota, so outside of the 7 Metro County area. In the first phase of this program so far, we've engaged over 1,200 Minnesotans across 12 restoration events. And that has ranged from small seed harvesting outings to large-scale buckthorn lopping with busloads of high schoolers coming in. A recent highlight included working with this father and daughter duo to plant bare root trees at Nurstrand Big Woods State Park as a part of their ongoing reforestation effort. And after planting this swamp white oak and then watering it into the ground, the father shared with me that this was the first tree that he's ever planted and the first for his daughter as well. This family joined the event because they live near the park, they love hiking, and they were curious about what goes into caring for our state parks. They left that day feeling proud and eager to volunteer again. Our Activity 2 focuses on providing robust paid conservation internships and career training with a special focus on recruiting BIPOC participants and students from schools in greater Minnesota. So far in phase 1 of this program, we've been able to recruit, hire, and support 7 interns, 5 of which are of BIPOC representation. And we've received match support and partnership from Right Track, a St. Paul-based youth workforce diversity organization, which has allowed us to expand the total of number of internships that we're going to be able to provide here in phase 1 of this program. In phase 2, we plan to continue the successful program, welcoming and supporting additional interns. Our Activity 3 focuses on engaging youth and young adults in environmental education and hands-on conservation work within schools and community groups that have at least 50% BIPOC community representation. In the first phase of this current program, we've engaged over 1,000 youth, children, and students across over 20 events and engagements, supported in part by strong match support that we received from private foundations who are likewise interested in this work. We've partnered with a variety of groups, including Huelas Latinas, Northside Safety Net in North Minneapolis, Sioux Key Hmong Language and Culture Elementary in East St. Paul, and Grassland Roots Outdoors in St. Peter. All of this work is highly relational, and many new community partnerships are just now beginning to form or are awaiting the chance to begin. So we're here today seeking support for a second phase of this program with the hopes of building upon these early successes and expanding the program into new communities throughout Minnesota. Thank you for your time and consideration of our proposal. I'll welcome your questions.
All right, members. Okay, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to figure out your restoration. You said restoration of 12,000 acres of habitat. Is this in permanently saved habitat, or is this a community? And will they have a maintenance program with it?
Mr. Blue?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. And to clarify, in case I misspoke, we engaged over 1,200 Minnesotans across 12 different restoration events so far. Each of these events have occurred on publicly protected land. So examples include state parks, WMAs, city or county parks. The focus of this work is primarily rooted in the work with people. Our activity 1 includes restoration on publicly protected land, but we don't have acreage goals or deliverables specifically in mind. Rather, the restoration is a secondary benefit to the primary and first benefit of the education and directly engaging the public.
All right, any further question from members? Okay, well, this is a good, solid project on phase 2.
Wonderful.
And appreciate you mentioning of our diversity as well, the service that you provide.
Thank you.
Next on our item is Riverbend Natural Center. Line number 126, project proposal 120 ID 125, and Riverbend Nature Center Outdoor Diversity Initiative. I'm glad to have you on board. This was one of the projects that got inserted in at the nick of time last meeting. Okay, so Mr. Bourne, are you online?
Yes, I'm here, Senator.
Okay, go ahead and go ahead and introduce yourself and your presentation.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, LCCMR staff and members of the commission. And thank you for advancing Riverbend Nature Center's Outdoor Diversity Initiative proposal for this round of consideration. My name is Brad Bourne. I'm the Executive Director of Riverbend Nature Center down here in Faribault. Our project partners, Anissa Hajimumin and Zach Pruitt from Faribault Public Schools and Somali Community Resettlement Services, are online via YouTube and may text me an answer if we need some help. And I'm also joined by Brittany Smith. She's our Director of Environmental Stewardship. Riverbend Nature Center is a 750-acre public green space and environmental education center in the heart of Faribault. We're the only environmental education and nature center in approximately a 40-mile radius in our region. We serve the communities of Faribault, Owatonna, Northfield, and as far out as Mankato, and serve approximately 10,000 environmental learners per year. Our mission is to inspire curiosity, respect, and care for nature. And a big part of how we do this is by building meaningful, lifelong connections with nature from among traditionally marginalized communities and underserved populations. And that commitment is at the heart of our Outdoor Diversity Initiative proposal. In short, our $247,000 proposal supports work to break down systemic barriers to BIPOC community members in and around our region to make those connections with nature and while being exposed to gainful career paths and natural resource management through paid conservation training and work. I mentioned our partners, Somali Community Resettlement Services and Faribault and Owatonna Community Education. Over the course of our program period, we'll lead 2 cohorts of up to 40 young BIPOC adults in 8 to 9 weeks of paid training to provide them with introductory to moderate conservation curriculum and work practices along with at Riverbend Nature Center doing some of our conservation work. Participants will gain credentials sought by many natural resource employers. For example, we provide Minnesota Master Naturalist training, pesticide applicator license training, shade tree identification certificates, wilderness first aid, and more. One of the many barriers, as folks know, with connecting BIPOC and traditionally marginalized communities with nature is that so many natural resource managers look like me or many of us in this meeting. And I think what makes our approach rare or maybe even unique is that while Riverbend provides the content expertise and leads work experiences, by us partnering with the SCRS, folks with similar lived experiences and similar backgrounds are embedded into that program and work side by side with the participants, creating a support network to help maximize success and seeing faces that look like your own. And it's imperative that we invest in this type of work. The University of Minnesota did a field scan in 2022 of natural resource careers and found that at the federal level, over the last decade, our profession has become less diverse and not more, while other public sector jobs are becoming more diverse. And as Minnesota continues to diversify, we need to strategically invest in programming that cultivates future environmental stewards that look like Minnesota and gear folks to hopefully take some of the seats that we're sitting in today. Funding from LCCMR will help expand and maximize previous investments by LCCMR to develop the Nature for New Minnesotans Master Naturalist curriculum and expand that to Southern Minnesota and pay for participant wages while engaged in natural resource work. We think that this LCCMR investment aligns with funding priorities of expanding environmental education curriculum while meeting the Commission's strategic plan priority of creating and expanding green jobs in Minnesota to the greatest extent possible. Thank you to members of the Commission for consideration, and we're happy to stand for questions.
Any question from members? Okay, well, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Bourne, and good luck on this. We really need diversity in the forefront in order to create stewardship for our future, and having role model up front means a lot. We all are the fruit of our father and mothers, and seeing someone who look more like our father and mother, we will not fall far from the apple tree. So thank you for recognizing that, and good luck, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Senator. Have a good day. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Okay. So next is Science Museum of Minnesota, digitizing the Science Museum of Minnesota mollusk specimen. The line number is 13 and proposal ID is 70. And so Ms. Early, if you are online, please present your project.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, and hello. Thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to present to you today. It's an honor to be here. I am Dr. Catherine Early, the Chair of the Biology Department at the Science Museum of Minnesota, and I'm presenting my proposal, digitizing the Science Museum of Minnesota's mollusk specimens. This project would strengthen our ability to conserve native mollusks, that is, snails and freshwater mussels, in Minnesota by mobilizing data on around 9,000 mollusk specimens that were collected from around the state. Healthy waterways always have and always will be important to Minnesotans. Just look at the meaning of the state's name, and the imperiled freshwater mussels play a key role in protecting this aspect of our state's identity. Other mollusks, like snails, help document the buildup of toxins in watersheds and the impacts these toxins can have on humans and other non-human animals. Thus, healthy populations of mollusks in Minnesota are key to protecting water quality. We are facing a global biodiversity crisis that we are going to need all available tools to combat, and some of the best tools for making conservation decisions based on evidence from the past are museum collections, like the one I curate. They document when and where biodiversity occurred and what organisms looked like in different times and different places. For example, studying collections has shown that birds across the Americas are getting smaller and longer winged as the world warms, and the smallest bodied species of these are changing the fastest in response to global climate change. Tissue samples of rodents in museum collections helped researchers track the spread and prevalence of hantavirus during an outbreak impacting human health in Utah a few years ago. And just last year, researchers developed a more precise method of identifying the stream types and locations where different species of freshwater mussels thrive, based on data from museum specimens. That approach to figuring out where and when species could or should occur based on environmental variables is known as species distribution modeling. And studies have found that incorporating data from small regional collections, like ours, significantly increases the accuracy of species distribution models. Museum specimens also provide opportunities for learners to interact with the real remains of organisms that they may never encounter in the wild, which education research has shown increases learners' excitement for the experience of learning and increases the quality of the questions that they ask. Unfortunately, a natural history collection is practically inaccessible unless it is well organized and digitized, and our Minnesota mollusk collection does not currently meet that standard. To address this with the requested funding, we will recurate the collection by inventorying and organizing all specimens of mollusks from Minnesota and rehousing those that need it. During this process, we will relocate specimens we encounter that lack scientific data to our education collection, where they can be used to educate students in all 87 counties in the state and around 520,000 annual visitors to the museum on the importance of freshwater mussels for water quality. We will then digitize our Minnesota mollusk specimens that do have scientific data by photographing the specimens and their tags and transcribing the data from their tags into our digital database. We will share the photos and data with aggregators used by both international audiences like IDIG Bio and more local audiences like the Bell Museum's Minnesota Biodiversity Atlas, which is funded by the LCCMR. The digitized data from our collection will provide baselines of mollusk species diversity and distribution in the state and can be used to identify ideal sites for freshwater mussel reintroduction and to identify snail specimens to test for waterborne toxins. In other words, this project will result in a data set that can be used by researchers to better understand and conserve mollusks in Minnesota, and healthier populations of native mollusks contribute to healthier waterways. Researchers working at the University of Minnesota, the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, and the Offices of Environment of Lower Sioux and Prairie Island Indian communities have already expressed interest in the dataset that would result from this project. I will reach out to recently and currently funded LCCMR mussel restoration projects to make those research teams aware of this resource, and I will continue to spread awareness to other potential users of our collection data at conferences like the St. Croix Research Rendezvous. Thank you again for the opportunity to present, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is going to be more of a comment than a question, Dr. Early, because you just said it. The LCCMR and ENRTF, we have supplied, I would argue, quite a bit of money for mussel restoration within the DNR and stuff. And that's what I was hoping you would ask, or that you would say that you're aware of that. They're doing great stuff. They're in for a bit more money. I, as a wildlife guy, and many of my colleagues here and stuff, we've learned more about mussels in the last few years than, except when there was the boom time and they were turning them all into buttons back in the day, you know? And there was just a story about that. People don't understand the importance of mussels. Well, we have 32 native mussels in this state. So I think it's great. And that you include that, you know, in your education and outreach as well, because I think they're just an incredible resource. We have some of the best stuff. So I applaud your efforts and think that this is a good project too. So thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Chair Herr, and thank you, Dr. Early. I've chatted with you about this project in the past, and I'm generally familiar with it. But I wondered if you would discuss with the group what mechanisms the Science Museum currently has to fund projects like this, and maybe touch on the implications for documenting biodiversity as we're seeing biodiversity declines worldwide with climate change and other anthropogenic impacts to the environment.
Ms. Early.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, and thank you for that question. So the Science Museum has operational funds to fund permanent staff like myself, and I can do parts of projects like this. Permanent staff can contribute to projects, and I know we did include some support for that in the budget, but this kind of project where it is a really deep dive into a specific part of the collection requires a lot more support than what we can do as permanent staff. You know, I'm the chair of a department, so I'm keeping all of the things running, and it's a department of biology, not just of mollusks. And so we recognize the importance of this collection and the importance of getting it into the hands of people who will use these data to conserve. And we also recognize that to do it right and efficiently, we need the kind of support that we're seeking, where it's project-specific support. And then for the implications of collections on biodiversity conservation when we're losing biodiversity so quickly, museum collections in general, and ours is no exception, are a way to travel back in time. And they're one of the only ways we have to travel back in time and biodiversity and be able to look at a specimen and confirm, yes, the person who said that they think it's this species of mussel was correct, and it occurred at this place in this time. And knowing where it occurred before we had things like dams going in and disrupting where these mussel populations exist, for example, shows us where it could be restored if the habitat is restored up to the proper levels. So our data contributes to the work that on-the-ground conservationists are doing. You know, they have the answers on like what habitat restoration do we need to do, and we have the answers on what were those historical levels and what should we be aiming for. Maybe it's unrealistic to hope that we ever get to the levels of mussel diversity and numbers that we had before that big button boom, but you know, up to levels that can keep our waterways clean and encourage healthy biodiversity webs across the state.
Thanks. I don't have further questions.
All right. Any, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Early, for your work and the Science Museum's work on education around mollusks. I appreciate the need to digitize that collection. I'm wondering what proportion of Science Museum collections generally are digitized and available, and what amount still require this level of attention in order to be accessible to broader communities.
Thank you for the question, commissioners. And thank you, Chair. A very small percent of the biology collection at the Science Museum is currently digitized, as in less than 10%. So digitization of museum collections really gained popularity in the last 20 years or so, and the technology for us to be able to do it. You know, this is all with computers and databases, which were not widespread. We didn't have laptops in every room of every home 20 years ago. And also in the last 20 years, there was not a person in my role at the Science Museum. So the Science Museum has since addressed that by securing permanent funding for a curator and chair of the biology collection. But that meant that while digitization was ramping up for collections across the country, there wasn't someone to execute those projects at the Science Museum. So we are behind. We are catching up with help of subawards from LCCMR funded projects like the Minnesota Biodiversity Atlas. And I've been seeking funding from other sources as well, like the National Science Foundation. They have capacity grants for biology infrastructure, which collections are. So bit by bit, we're going to get better. And projects like this would certainly help us get even closer to having things digitized. But right now, through the phase 2 of the Minnesota Biodiversity Atlas, we were able to digitize most of our bird study skins. So the skins that still have the feathers on them, and start on the mammal study skins. And in phase 3, interns, as we speak, are currently in the collection digitizing mammals, and we'll continue on with those mammals and our other collections, but they won't have time to get to the mollusk collection, which is why we put in this proposal.
Okay, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, you made a comment about birds first, about the feathers changing. Am I correct? Would you repeat that? And secondly, you said you were going to get the project to 87, all 87 counties. Would you tell us how?
Ms. Early.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, for that question. So I was referring to a study that was led by researchers at the University of Michigan, using in part a big data set from the Field Museum of Natural History, which has been collecting window-killed birds, the birds that collide with buildings, for decades. And through that work, so through that change through time that was documented in those specimens, they found these changes in body size in birds in response to warming. So sort of the feathers, but it's also about, you know, the bones underneath and the overall shape and size of the birds. And to your question about the getting to all 87 counties, so my colleagues in our STEM education department at the Science Museum of Minnesota take our educational programming to all 87 counties in Minnesota. So we're based in the Twin Cities, but we take our they'll do lead assemblies in schools and lead other activities in classrooms throughout all 87 counties. And so once we have this collection of mollusk specimens that don't have data and we know are good to use for education, then we can develop an education resource around there that can be taken by our STEM education staff to those classrooms.
All right. Any more questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Early, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we pick up some time now. We're now just 5 minutes behind schedule. All right, so the next project in line is from Minnesota State College and University, Bemidji State University. The project name is Moving Minnesota Towards a Lead-Free Sporting Future. Line number 140, and the proposal ID is 296. Mr. Brian Hiller, are you online?
I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Good morning or good afternoon now. Chair, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I appreciate the time to give this presentation. My name is Dr. Brian Hiller. I'm a professor of wildlife biology at Bemidji State University and an ongoing collaborator on this type of work, moving us towards a lead-free sporting future. Our historic use of lead in ammunition and fishing tackle has been centuries in the making. However, we now have a pretty substantial database of research that shows there's no biological benefits to having this lead in the environment, and to use it as this ongoing primary component for ammunition and fishing tackle has been shown to be detrimental to wildlife around the world. In fact, the first published paper was in 1876, quite a few years ago. The widespread use of lead in these situations routinely causes issues with Minnesota wildlife, both raptors, which is pretty well documented through the Raptor Center here in Minnesota, loons, and other birds primarily. So the challenge here is that these are issues that can be addressed in a fairly simple, straightforward way. These are preventable deaths, ones that we can actually do something about by changing the way that we go about the materials we use for hunting ammunition and fishing tackle. In this particular case, our project seeks to use educational information and outreach as a means of encouraging hunters and anglers to voluntarily switch from lead-based products to non-lead alternatives and lead-free alternatives. The idea behind switching to these would be that we would reduce the exposure potential for wildlife in these situations. So we would reduce the likelihood that eagles would feed upon carcasses that have been shot with lead, and reduce the likelihood that loons would pick up lead sinkers and lead jigs through fishing use. Our primary proposed outcome within this is the continuation of our ongoing big game effort. So this has been an ongoing effort through targeting big game hunters. Our biggest approach for the future is to fill in the gap that's not currently being occupied, which is small game hunting, small game and upland bird hunting. Using this educational approach, we are going to increase the awareness for users and let them know, again, through voluntary means, how they can decrease their, sort of alternative impacts to wildlife. This will hopefully, and what we've seen in the past, is increase consumer demand for these products, which will then increase the options that are available and reduce the price of those items. The benefits of this project are twofold, or potentially two alternatives. If regulation or legislation like we saw last year occurs, then education will provide the users with information that will allow them to smoothly transition to meet the new regulations, hopefully ahead of schedule. And this, again, why the issue is important and the alternatives to what they can use and why they should use these. If legislation doesn't occur, then we would still continue this education, and we would still further this voluntary switch from lead-based ammunition and fishing tackle to lead-free alternatives, which clearly would have benefits to wildlife. Basically, what we've seen throughout the last few years is we've focused on big game, and we've had 40 to 50 events, and we've reached more than 5,500 people. MPCA covers a lot of the fishing tackle aspects. We're focused primarily now on not only continuing the work for all those other areas, but to now increase the use of non-lead alternatives for specifically upland game birds. This is a newer audience that hasn't seen as much work. In part, the increase in need for this is we've seen shifts in ownership and regulations within ownership for public lands. I would now be open to taking questions.
Question, members. Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor Hiller, nice to see you. I thought it would be worthwhile mentioning, this is more of a comment, and I'll let you say something, that this group that you're involved with and so on has been accepted for a national breakout session at this coming fall's annual Wildlife Society convention, correct? Which is, I mean, that's a big deal because there's 1,500 wildlife biologists from all over, and this is going to be a working group session. So correct me if I'm wrong. Could you talk about that a little bit, buddy? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, and thank you, Dr. Faber, for your question. That is correct. Not only have we been, we've organized an international symposium, so we have folks coming from Europe, coming from all across North America to help address this and sort of move the needle forward on how we can further encourage the voluntary switch. But we've also, this specific group has been nominated for a national award within the Wildlife Society because we have quite literally led the way on this. We have Minnesota TWS, the lead-free movement, has been at the forefront of this, supported by those folks in the LCCMR. And we're a national leader, quite honestly. There's a group of about 5 of us that have been doing this work, and we are well ahead of every other state and every other organization that's doing anything similar to this.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I should also mention, and Brian knows this, so I've been involved with this peripherally and stuff, but we are involved internationally with the group out of Norway and stuff, which covers a whole ban lead. And that the interesting thing that members should be interested in knowing is that the reason that this is of great interest, and they probably arguably are ahead of us in many of these other places outside of maybe the US and Canada, is because of the concern for human health. It isn't necessarily, we already know the impacts on wild game populations and so on, but the concern in Sweden and other places where I had lived and so on is the direct concern for human health, correct? It's not just about the effects on animals. And there's a lot of data showing the population level impacts, which is what the industry here keeps saying we don't have. We do have that information. Check me if I'm wrong. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair and
Professor
Commissioners
Hiller.
and Dr. Faber. Yes, that is true, actually. That is correct. We have population level impacts for eagles in New York, loons in New Hampshire. There's pretty clear evidence that lead use has impacts on wildlife populations.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, thank you. And Dr. Faber's question led perfectly into the question I was going to ask. I've been a tribal wildlife biologist for almost 20 years and have rescued many eagles and brought them down to the raptor center where typically they die of acute lead toxicity. And I just wondered if you had any figures on what those mortalities look like on either eagles or loons in the US. I think people would be struck by how significant that issue really is.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, for the question. That's an excellent question, actually. And when we talk about population level effects, because as Dr. Faber pointed out, one of the industry pushbacks has always been, show us the population level impact. Well, the challenge with that is that it requires massive data sets that be collected over many, many years in order to be able to show this. However, in New Hampshire, they have shown that there's about a 5% impact on that population of loons per year. So you're losing 5% of that population, which is a long-term sort of low, slow growing, long-term growth population. And in New York, it's a 4% suppression. So it literally suppresses the eagle population in New York State just from lead exposure, 4% per year. And again, these are, I think the biggest challenge when we look at this, first of all, here in Minnesota, the loon is a state bird. It's important. We all, we care a great deal about it. It's the sound of the wilderness. But when we look at eagles, I look at it from a perspective of we've spent millions and millions and millions of dollars recovering this population from the travesty of DDT throughout the chemical age of the late 40s, 50s, 60s, and even to the 70s, to the point where as a youth growing up in New York, I didn't see an eagle till I was 21 years old. Here, they're like pigeons. I call them Bemidji pigeons, ironically, but they're really everywhere. And it's a result of this ongoing effort. It seems foolish to me to not continue that sort of ongoing preservation of what is our national symbol, but also something we spend a lot of money recovering.
Okay, Chair Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It just baffles me that we still allow lead in our environment. So thank you for everything you're doing. You've got a big challenge in front of you, but we're behind you. I'm behind you, I should say. I was just curious what other countries are doing about their lead. And my second question is, do you know of any studies about other wildlife other than birds that are affected by lead?
Professor
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for that question. A lot of other countries are doing similar things. So again, as Dr. Faber pointed out earlier, Europe's way ahead of us on this. In fact, they're instituting regulation way ahead of what we are, and they're pushing, mainland Europe is pushing for a reduction and elimination of use of lead for anything around wetlands within 100 yards of wetlands within the next 2 years. There's been a lot of push in Europe and England and sort of the UK, mainly because they still have the ability to sell their wild game. One of the important principles of what we have in the North American Wildlife Management Plan is that we don't allow that. So it's a consumption for personal use as opposed to commercial use, which is what they have over there. So it does become a human health issue, which is why they're sort of pushing for that. Other countries are studying this, and they're seeing similar things with their raptors. In fact, I have quite an association with Australia, and they're looking at this same issue from a feral animal control issue. How do you control feral animals, in which they have tens of millions of, while still reducing the possibility of exposing their wedge-tailed eagles and other raptors to this ongoing lead threat? So other countries are looking at it. and even other states are looking at it, but here in Minnesota, we have been at the forefront of this. And you're right when you said earlier that it's a big task, you know, and there's a good reason that it's a big task, because there's a lot of hunters out there who aren't well informed about it, or they're misinformed and they're listening to the rhetoric from other sides and other folks, which are not based in science. And what we're trying to do is use good information, present them with information about here's what you can do, here's why you should think about it, and here's what you might do if you don't, right? So it's not just about eagles, it's about every other scavenger. So there's other projects that have been doing this, but Minnesota has been at the forefront of this for quite a while, and we'd like to see that continue, quite honestly.
Just as my second question, do you know of any other studies that are talking about lead in their carrion eaters or any other mammals besides that? You're talking about birds so far. Is there any other activity or study?
Professor
Thank you,
Miller.
Chair and Commissioner,
Miller.
for reminding me of that. There are several studies that actually have looked at this. One of the big challenges that go along with sort of the physiology of how mammals work versus how birds work is that mammals work on stomach acid. So if you ingest a big chunk, a lot of that will be defecated out through the process of digestion, whereas birds have essentially as an evolutionary adaptation to reduce tooth and weight and all that other stuff for flying. They have a muscular stomach, which grinds all of their food essentially to a paste. And in doing so, they pick up stones and other things. So when they ingest a piece of lead or a lead shot or lead sinker, their muscular stomach actually grinds it to increase their the surface area, which increases the absorption rate. So birds are at a greater risk because of the physiology of how they operate compared to mammals. There are studies on mammals, but they are much less common because of those physiological differences.
I think Commissioner Albright.
Just
Yes,
briefly,
yeah.
thank you, Dr. Hiller. More of a comment than a question, so don't need to answer if you don't want to, but you know, I fear that this, like many other issues that are caused by the intractability of industry, for example, the firearms industry or the ammunition industry that doesn't want to stop producing lead, or you know, other chemical companies that don't want to stop producing PFAS or something. Here we are with our limited Environmental Resource Trust Fund dollars trying to clean up the messes. And I fear we're playing around the fringes of this issue, even though I appreciate your efforts in trying to convince hunters and anglers to switch. I just feel like it's somewhat an effort in futility in some ways if we don't get industry behind the effort. So thanks for your effort.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair. I will actually address that because one of the things I think that's really important to recognize is that we have seen a tremendous change. In the 10 years that we've been doing this here in Minnesota, we have seen places like Walmart offering non-lead ammunition for big game hunters. Literally, as yesterday, I was in Walmart and there were 5 different calibers that were available that were not available 5 years ago. We are changing. We are making a change, and it's a slow change, but we are making a change. I'm seeing that my time is up.
Yeah. Do you still want to ask a question? Why not? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is kind of following up on that. Is there opportunity for retail level signage or labeling for lead ammunition or lead tackle? And I'm imagining a situation where perhaps the signage could indicate that in purchasing and utilizing this ammunition, you are choosing to, you know, have this likelihood that an eagle or a loon would die as a result.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. That's actually an excellent question. It's one of the things that this project proposes to do as opposed to previous projects is to work. Historically, we've gone to primarily conventions that are mostly, you know, hunters and anglers. That not everyone goes to those conventions, right? So one of the things that we want to do with this is we want to increase the availability and the access to a wider variety of people through retail outlets, displays, and packaging. We also want to increase the accessibility and ability of people to find alternatives using our website to basically do the work for them, to show them, here are your alternatives. Here's what you currently use. Here are the alternatives. Here's what Northland Tackle is producing for a tungsten jig. Here's what Clam Tackle is producing. And this is another point actually to address that previous question, is that there is a change. Like there is true change happening. The fishing tackle companies are producing non-lead alternatives at an astounding rate. The ammunition manufacturers are producing new alternatives to lead because they actually do. And I know some folks, I have former students who work for ammunition manufacturers, and they are telling me that they're 2 years ahead of anything you see on the shelf. They're 2 years ahead of that in terms of research, and they're shifting their packaging so that it's easier to work with retailers and say, here's the non-lead area, here's the lead area, and the non-lead area is growing. I will tell you that for sure. We're making a change. We're making strides.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I don't have a question, but I just want to make a remark on this regard. I know it's not directly relevant to this project, but I'm a proponent for the environment, for the long haul. You know, at the same time, the cost between non-lead and lead tackle and ammunition is still a big difference, and it'll be a struggle for community that are in despair. So I support the environment. I want to reduce lead, but that's something that we need to figure out in the long run, how we can reduce the cost exponentially so that it could be fair for those who are low income. And so
I actually appreciate that comment. I will point out that when I was in Walmart yesterday, Chair, I did see that the cost of copper ammunition for my 270 rifle was $4 more for 20 shells compared to lead to the lead option. So it was only $4 more. So we're making strides. I do think we're making strides. I appreciate your comment, though.
All right. I think this could add a little time. It looks like I see a hand raised from Representative Heisman now. So Representative Heisman, you have the time. Our time ran out, but go ahead. Oh,
thank you, Mr. Chair. And after many of the comments that have been made, I understand that in the current LCCMR committee, I'm likely in the minority in my perspective, and I'm going to mention a few things before I ask my question relative to this issue and comparing the United States market to European markets. Number one, European countries do not have the Second Amendment. And I know that this also wasn't mentioned, but I just will add to it that the concern amongst those that want to continue to access ammunition that is low cost needs to be respected. Cost is prohibitive for many folks. And Mr. Hiller, you just mentioned that. I really appreciate that you are working with manufacturers and others to hopefully lower costs so it is less prohibitive and less of a concern for those advocating for their Second Amendment rights. And the question I had was relative to mining in Minnesota, again, somewhat controversial amongst this group, but I'm assuming that copper is the primary material and readily available in Minnesota should we have copper mining in Minnesota. Is that correct, or is it another material that's being used predominantly in ammunition that is an alternative to the lead product?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to address two of those points, because I do agree with you. One of the big challenges we have is we want more hunters. I want more hunters. I want more anglers. I want more people enjoying the outdoors, getting out in the environment, because the more people are out there, the more they care. The more they're invested, the more they're going to want to make sure that we have clean environment for everyone. So I agree wholeheartedly. And the cost is a true concern, and it is one that we are working to address. And I will say that I have seen, with increased exposure, with the more people are being educated about this issue, the more they're demanding these alternatives, the more the price has come down. Like, we're seeing a tremendous decrease in cost. Again, $4 difference between cheap lead alternative and the least expensive copper version. And copper is right now has been the primary one. It was primarily developed for large dangerous game in Africa due to the penetration issues and the ballistic challenges that come with those. So that's why copper is the primary alternative. There are a number of other alternatives being explored currently by ammunition manufacturers, many of which will be lower price, because they also recognize that this is a huge challenge. I think a lot of this comes from education, not regulation, right? And that's what we're all about. We're all about educating folks and saying, hey, here's an alternative to what you've been using, and here's why we might want you to switch. Not, hey, let's regulate more of this. It's more about education, and we are not necessarily in support of regulation as a result. But copper is an alternative. We're looking at a variety of other materials for that as well. I don't know much about copper mining in Minnesota, in all honesty. That's not my area of expertise. Presumably, much of what we see in terms of copper is recycled, but some of it is probably virgin material as well.
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question,
Professor Hiller, and I wonder if you can stay on. I know that we go over time already, and I know some member may have questions, but we ran out of time, so we're going to move on to the next project. But later, if we have time, members can ask or maybe make a remark on it, so that we can stay according to our time. If we have extra time later, we can try to ask Professor Hiller to come back. Or, if he's not available, members who have question on this issue could make a remark or make a comment on this subject. I do have a comment myself, but I'm going to reserve and save time. So the next one on the agenda here.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Professor Hiller. It's University of Minnesota College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Science. The project title is Small Mammal and Hunter Participation Expand Alpha Wildlife Watching. Okay, line number for this project is 18, and proposal ID is 1, 2, 3. Alan Kendall, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we do. Yes, so go ahead.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I am Dr. Ellen Candler. I'm a postdoctoral associate at the University of Minnesota in Fisheries, Wildlife, and Conservation Biology Department, and I'm the co-leader of the Alpha Wildlife Watching Project. This is a participatory science project that aims to identify scavenger species that visit hunter-provided gut piles, or offal. This project is motivated and really occurs only because of the participation of hunters all around Minnesota from all corners of the state. We recruit hunters to set remote cameras at their gut piles right after they field dress a deer. After a month, those cameras are collected and images are sent to us to be identified. Since 2018, we've had about 340 hunters participate. Since LCCMR funding has assisted us, last year we had 170 hunters in that year alone, and that is a direct result of LCCMR funding. We've recorded, more than 60 species on the cameras, including raptors, woodpeckers, smaller birds, carnivores, rodents, and even deer. Since LCCMR funding has helped us out, we have reached more than 3,000 people at 21 different events, including youth 4-H events. We've contributed to the scientific community through Journal of Extension, FoodWeb's journal, which was a article that highlighted that there were scavenger species actually hunting at hunter-provided gut piles, and I'll return to that in a minute. We've participated in radio and podcasts, National Deer Association, Coffee and Deer, and Conservation Unfiltered podcast, which are both have a national listening audience, but locally in Minnesota as well. So WCCO Outdoors, Phenology program at KAXE in Minnesota. We've presented this work, results from it, at the Ecological Society of America and Midwest Fish and Wildlife conferences, for the scientific audience, but also for hunters that are interested in this work, including backcountry hunters and anglers at their national rendezvous here in Minnesota, hunters interested in deer and opportunities to participate in science through the Minnesota DNR updates and opportunities presentation, Minnesota Fridays with Forester, different 4-H events, including Wildlife Wednesdays, and then the State Wildlife Society events as well. Support for this continuing proposal will continue to support what we've already been doing, which is to create outreach opportunities for these hunters to participate, to collect really important data on scavenger communities across the state of Minnesota. But there's a lot of new stuff that we want to learn about. I mentioned the research that showed that there are scavengers, particularly owls, that are hunting at these gut piles. That was an observation made by a hunter volunteer. And we want to learn more about those small mammals that they're hunting. We don't capture them well on the cameras, so we want to do a little extra, do some experiments with gut piles to understand the small mammal community. The Minnesota Prion Research and Outreach Center here at the University of Minnesota is also interested in these small mammals and their potential involvement in chronic wasting disease spread. So we've partnered with them to do some testing on those animals as well. We're also really interested in the motivation of hunters. Why are they motivated to participate in this project? What are some barriers to participation in this project? And this will really inform how we continue this project in the future and hopefully continue other projects that would involve hunters or other consumptive users in other similar projects. And then finally, we want to test some messaging. And this messaging would be related to lead ammunition use for deer hunters. We want to create some messaging and test to see what messaging works best using some of the images from the Awful Wildlife Watching Project. This is important to hunting organizations that support our project. It's important to Minnesota residents, Minnesota as a whole. So we think it's very important to really understand what messaging can really work for this. This funding will really leverage the long-term position of this project, particularly in extension. We've worked with partners to acquire other funding as well, and it's our goal to really institutionalize this as a long-term project, potentially in extension at the University of Minnesota, and really create a foundation for other projects to expand from this, involving consumptive users or people interested in wildlife in general. Think maybe something like Snapshot Wisconsin here in Minnesota, which would be excellent, and I think is something of high interest to many people. We're also really interested in continuing our outreach, particularly creatively, partnering with artists. We have partnered already with an artist that does 3D printing to create a life-size gut pile for us for some outreach opportunities, and also photographers like Brian Pennessy, who took this image here of the raccoon behind me. So really trying to create those other opportunities. Funding will enable this project to continue to contribute to carrying ecology, engage with the hunting community, contribute to disease understanding around these gut piles, and really create effective messaging and outreach. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Question for members? Okay, and go ahead.
Welcome, Representative Hansen. I had the question, if you heard our previous conversation. I see here that you're going to do a development on lead. Could you explain to us how you're going to do it?
Thank you, Chair and members. Yes, thank you for that question. I did hear the last presentation, and I've been in communication with people in that group as well. This part of our proposal would be more researching different messaging opportunities. So it would inform the work that presentation, that proposal would be doing. We would take images or groups of images that we've collected of scavengers at gut piles, pair those with different messaging and information about lead ammunition or scavengers using those gut piles, and really test what type of messaging would be effective, if any, for hunters across Minnesota, or what other barriers our hunters really identifying as their decision to use non-limb ammunition.
Any follow-up? No? Okay, any other question from members? Ms. Kendall, good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your opportunity to present.
Okay, and Chair Hansen is now present in the committee from remote to in person. So next on our agenda is Restore Reservoir. The project title are Evaluating Natives Seed Mix for grazing. Line number is 132 and proposal ID is 176. And Mr. Talaman, are you online now?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I really appreciate this opportunity to present. My name is Dr. Joshua Lalaman, and I represent an organization called Restoravore. We're a recently formed 501c3 organization. So we're a nonprofit that was founded by members who really have a passion for protection and restoration of Minnesota's natural environments, in particular prairie environments. So I'm sure as many of you are familiar, Minnesota's native prairies suffered a fairly traumatic decline. There's probably less than 2% of Minnesota's native prairie in existence today. And so we're very passionate about restoring some of that critical prairie habitat. And so as we as a group came together, we realized one of our focuses should really be integration of this restoration with the broader community, right? To really be successful on a larger basis. We want to integrate with the larger community. And so this proposal is really an outcome of that that we identified one of the larger stakeholders as potential farmers or grazers as one of those stakeholder groups that really has a potential impact on native prairies. And unfortunately, a lot of past management practices have resulted in the degradation of native prairie as Minnesota farmers kind of switched away from grazing traditional prairie. They started to introduce non-native cool season grasses, which do offer farmers certain benefits. As non-native species, they tend to be a little bit more aggressive, and so establish a little bit quicker or easy to reseed in areas. And they are predominantly cool season grasses that are used, which means they do prefer growing in the cooler season and do well in our kind of cooler climate here in Minnesota. Unfortunately, they have one major disadvantage as non-native species. They don't offer the same ecological benefit as our native species do. They don't offer the same food resources or diversity and complex habitat that our native prairie would have. So we've kind of lost some of that in that conversion process. So we want to use this grant opportunity to reach out and encourage farmers to consider switching to a more native, switching some of their current pasture or hay production at acreage into a more native prairie planting type of mix. And the advantage would be for the farmers is what we hope is that our native prairie species would have been traditionally what we would call warm season growing species. And so they actually have the highest productivity kind of during the warm summer months, kind of that mid to late summer. And they're able to do that because they've evolved these really deep root systems that are able to tap into water even during kind of the driest, warmest months of the summer. And so if we think about that, that gives farmers willing to convert some of their acreage. An advantage is that they can just diversify their forage production by planting species that are productive during a season when many of these cool seasons tend to go into dormancy. So a lot of the research has shown that doing this for farmers actually provides them an enhanced forage benefit. If we also think about climate change, which has come up multiple times today, right? Climate change will increase that warm growing season here in Minnesota. It'll make our summers warmer, longer, and it has the potential to increase drought. So if we look at that, we can see, well, native species have this huge advantage where they're much more resilient to drought and will be productive in that longer, warmer summer, whereas these non-native cool season grasses will actually probably be more stressed. So they'll have their growing season shortened and be much more stressed by drought. So we're hoping that if we were given this opportunity from LCCMR, we'd be able to develop some test plots And we have several experimental seed mixes designed, things from assistance with collaborators from Xerces Society, NRCS, and some input from some local soil and water conservation districts, where we'd like to experiment and test several different native species mixes in cooperation with farmers who are willing to convert some of their current grazing operation to be actually document that overall potential for forage capacity in these native species mixes, but also potentially, hopefully, document that added benefit, that added ecological benefit, that we'd be supplying greater habitat and food resources for our native Minnesota species, and those deeper root systems, potentially supplying better overall soil health, water infiltration capacity, by, again, trying to encourage farmers to switch at least part of their fields back to this species mix that would much more naturally imitate the native species that used to exist there. So by the looks of it, it looks like I'm just about out of time, so I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you have about this proposal.
Very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Lahman, I got a question for you. One of the projects that we have supported in previous years through the LCCMR and ENRTF, it's called silvopasture. And I don't know if you've heard of that practice. You probably should have, because it's now been accepted by the NRCS as one of their grazing benefits or whatever for farmers to use. And I couldn't help but think about maybe the potential overlap that you could provide by putting out native plants on these areas where silvopasture is to benefit native species. That I think that has somewhat of a kind of a natural combination, if you want. I just wanted to maybe throw that at you as something you should be thinking about if we fund this, because I'm all in favor of this type of thing. And then in addition to that, because I'm a certified biologist, moose and deer, those animals are going to be using some of these areas, I'm guessing, if they don't have, sheep or cattle or whatever out there grazing. So just some ideas maybe if you think about. Thank you.
Dr. Lallman, comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Yeah, I really appreciate the comment, Commissioner. I think we're a very fortunate group where we do have a lot of great partnerships. And so one of our as forming, we also had a lot of good examples. So the Savannah Institute was one of our examples as we formed as a nonprofit. Their Savannah Institute's whole goal is this idea of silvopasture and native pasture. And so, yeah, they have been a huge inspiration for us. And so, yeah, I do appreciate the comment, Commissioner.
Commissioner Langseth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lallman. This is the sort of project that I'm just really excited to see. I really think working to address our agricultural lands and make them, convert them back to as much prairie as we can it's better for the water, the soil, sequestering carbon, all those good things. With that being said, I know NRCS can be definitely a good partner to work with, but difficult to make changes within. So I'm just curious. What are you hoping to see with NRCS? Are you hoping that they'll change or maybe adopt some new language into their technical notes or into their practices so that we are cost sharing as taxpayers? We're actually putting money towards natives rather than the non-natives that you were speaking in these government programs. Thanks.
Dr. Lallman.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Langseth. Yeah, that's a great comment question as well. I think the presentation two presentations ago is like that regulation versus kind of education. I think our goal as a nonprofit is really that education. And I think our goal as an organization would really be to educate farmers and to say, hey, can we work with a group of local farmers to establish these plots and demonstrate how this will really benefit farmers? And so if we can get those farmers on board and they can show their neighbors how, hey, this is what I've done and look at all this great benefit that I've done in this native prairie planting. If we can get that ground up, then yeah, that might actually help with that kind of top down with that NRCS language and kind of their policies is hopefully we can, again, our goal is to encourage farmers to see the benefit and want to adopt, and not really then necessarily from the top down telling them they have to adopt. I hope that addresses at least part of your question.
Commissioner Langseth.
Yeah, I'll follow up. I think it's probably because the seed itself will be pretty expensive. And so I think you will actually need that cost share dollars to help convert into those practices. So I would say that I would just consider for you guys that, you know, you're going to have to be working with them and putting pressure to say that these seeds should be included as well. If you know, if you guys don't go that route, I'm just curious too, what does your partnerships look like with local seed dealers? You know, Albert Lee Seed House, I'm sure would be pretty acceptable to work around with this as well. So you guys have any leads with seed dealers?
Dr. Lallman?
Yes, thanks, Chair and Commissioner Lingseth. Yeah, so we've developed a couple seed mixes. We've actually developed them with Prairie Moon. Initially, we've as a growing organization, we've recently become a member of a sustainable grazing group in Minnesota. When we've posted our ideas, we've had a ton of floods, of a ton of feedback from kind of commercial seed operators who do. I think the difficulty here is that at least currently, the traditional seed operators still kind of operate on kind of a monoculture type a system where they do have native seed mixes, but it's largely just native grasses, which would still be a good thing. It would be native grasses versus non-native. The seed mixes we have developed are a mixture of both native grasses and important forbs and flowering species. And so we, as a couple of our members, have past experience with a Lawns to Legumes grant where Prairie Moon was a partner with us, and they actually gave us a discount on seed mixes. And so we went to them initially to help us develop these seed mixes and develop a cost estimate for seed mixes. So initially it will be Prairie Moon, but again, I think we do have the possibility to work with a lot of other seed producers and in the future as well.
Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick comment. It would be good to consider tactically when reaching out to landowners, perhaps considering the prairie strips projects from ISU and others, suggesting maybe perhaps converting areas on grass waterways, fringe buffer or marginal lands to encourage the soil entrapment capabilities of our native prairie plants. Thanks.
Dr. Lallman, a comment?
Thanks, Chair and Commissioner. Yeah, I appreciate the comment. Yeah, we're fortunate as a group. We have a lot of local farmers here in Southeast Minnesota that we've already done restoration projects with. And so we have at least a handful of farmers initially who are willing to adopt this on kind of existing grazing lands. But definitely as we move forward and we want more and more farmers to do this, yeah, how do we approach certain farmers approaching those areas that might have the biggest impact, or the areas where they have the most difficult haying or mowing would definitely be a huge benefit.
Let's see, other questions? I'm looking at her computer. Any other questions from commissioners? All right, I just had one question. I've seen a lot of restoration projects, and one thing that's very disheartening is maintenance. And that it looks great the first year, and then a little bit of thistle comes in, and then pretty soon it's full of invasives. So are you teaching them about upkeep and maintenance? And there's a lot of challenges in those first few years.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for the question. Yes, for sure that, I talked about the advantages of these non-native grasses as they establish really well, and they tend to be weedy in themselves. So the trade-off to these native seed mixes is, yes, their establishment is really critical. So if our proposal was specifically designed over 3 years, because that establishment phase is really critical. In order for native species to become really well established, you have to do a really good job to eliminate what's existing, or at least the non-native weedy species that are existing. So part of our strategy is, yes, to do everything we can to make sure that those plantings are successful. And then to kind of address your question, when weeds do eventually creep in, or what maintenance is required. In particular, we view this project, again, we're not asking for a ton of money. We're asking to start several work with as many kind of regional farmers as we can, so that we can get those plots established. We can work with those farmers over that long-term time period to make sure that those plots are maintained correctly. So yeah, they do have the maximal benefit. So yeah, that's really our goal, is to make sure that we are, again, working with those farmers directly and making sure they are successful as possible.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I greatly appreciate your presentation. I'm going to turn it over to the other chair.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
We all need water to survive, but our body can hold so much. But thank you, Chair Gibson, for helping me. Next on the agenda is now the natural conservations conservancy. The title of the project is a riverine area adaptation strategy for Southeast Minnesota, and the line item number is 138, and the proposal ID is 270. Christian Linhart, are you online?
All right. Thank you, Chair and board members, and thanks for inviting me to present. I really appreciate the opportunity. So my name is Chris Linhart, and I'm going to describe our project, a riparian climate adaptation strategy for Southeast Minnesota. So I work jointly with Nature Conservancy as a scientist and as a professor at the University of Minnesota in the Department of Bioproducts and Biosystems Engineering. So we were proposing this project to assess the benefits of a low-tech, innovative climate adaptation approach to stream restoration being implemented by Nature Conservancy and partners in Fillmore County in Southeast Minnesota. Project will also benefit water quality, provide flood storage, and improve trout habitat. So why is this kind of project important? Well, arguably, Southeast Minnesota is the region most impacted by climate change in Minnesota, since it's had the greatest rainfall increases. There's also been a historic loss of floodplain connection from past erosion and sedimentation in the valleys. Therefore, there's a strong need to develop restoration strategies that help us to adapt to climate change and the increased flows from that by reconnecting floodplains in the driftless area, Southeast Minnesota, to mitigate flooding, reduce bank erosion, and restore floodplain ecosystems. So the problem is that stream restoration is often very expensive. So there's a need for low-tech, cost-effective approaches that benefit water quality and habitat both. Traditional approaches place a lot of structures in the stream and lock it in place, while our innovative approach removes sediment from the floodplain and allows an area for the stream to re-meander on itself or by itself through that valley. This project will assess the strategy and provide a demonstration site to promote this type of project in the future. So we propose to do the study at a stream restoration project that's being implemented at Vesta Creek in Southeast Minnesota in the Choice Wildlife Management Area. We'll also look at a nearby traditional trout stream restoration project in another WMA nearby and a control site where no restoration work will be done. So I'll have those 3 sites we'll be looking at for comparison. The study will include monitoring water quality benefits by sediment removal and hydrologic benefits, the flood storage provided in the connected floodplain. So we'll be monitoring the flow coming in and out and the sediment removal on the 3 sites for 2 years. We'll also be monitoring the survival of shrub plantings, which will be these climate adapted types using seed sources slightly to the south, and not like Florida, but like southern Minnesota and Iowa, what I mean by south. And these include species like willow, dogwood, elderberry, and other species. So we'll have the research component, and we're also then proposing to do workshops at the DNR, who we've been working on with this stream restoration project, the planning stages of it. We don't have any funding, for the study itself, and the funding is for just the restoration part, just on the 1 site. So we'll be working with the DNR, local government units, and other nonprofits in the area to hold workshops to define common goals for riparian area restoration. And by riparian, we just mean, the stream and the area beside it is what we're talking about, basically the kind of stream in the floodplain. So the workshops will help refine these riparian area restoration approaches and work with others to promote its broader use and application. All right, and we do have staff. Nature Conservancy has staff down in Southeast Minnesota already that's been working in this area that'll help kind of spreading the message and doing these workshops as well. And if funded, the project will, in terms of outcomes, it'll provide this demonstration site to, illustrate the benefits of climate adaptation practices in stream restoration projects. The study will help to inform future vegetation planting plans and management and stream restoration design in the region. And yeah, thank you. That's all I have for the presentation. And yeah, if you have questions, I'd be happy to take them now.
Okay, any question from members? Okay, it seems like this is a good presentation. Then thank you, Mr. Linhart. Okay, any last comments since we still have time for you? No, no. Oh, okay. Commissioner Linksa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, could you describe a little bit more what this project will look like in comparison to the other ones? What's the different low technology or low expense design that you're using?
Yeah, that's a great question. So what we're proposing is to excavate out a lot of the sediment that accumulated down there and allow the channel to meander by itself. So we won't be spending as much money actually moving the channel around and placing in-stream trout structures. A lot of the traditional practices are to place rock and other things that create like pools and variety of depths. We're not doing any of that. So that's what makes it lower tech and lower cost per area. So we're allowing the floodplain to be reconnected. We're also doing these shrub plantings as well. Yeah, and yeah, did that answer the question? I could give a little more.
It did. Yeah, I'm really curious. I live in Preston, so I'll definitely check it out. And I've been kind of watching other stream projects in the area, and I've seen those structures that you're talking about. If we do get a big flood, sometimes they get wiped out, and it's like a lot of money that just went downstream. So
yeah, exactly. No, that's what we're trying to address, and this picture kind of above my head kind of just shows the excavation and the kind of before and after. It's kind of small to see that. Sorry, but yeah. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you much. Thank you much, Mr. Linhart, for your presentation.
Okay, thanks again, Chair and board members.
Next, we'll go to Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board project. The Minnehaha Park South Plateau Oaks Savanna Restoration. And the line number for this project is 139. And the proposal ID is 282. And we're nearly there, remember? This is the last presentation. Yeah, so Mr. Arvidsson, are you ready?
I'm ready. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone, commission members. My name is Adam Arvidsson. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning at the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about a restoration project within Minnehaha Park. This project would restore about 5.5 acres of rare oak savanna in an area that we call the South Plateau of the park. And before I get to that specifically, I want to talk a little bit about the context of doing restoration in an urban environment, in an urban park system like Minneapolis. So the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, over the past 6 years or so, has succeeded in creating vision plans for every single one of its park areas. And most of those vision plans, in fact, probably all of them, actually show naturalization as a key part of those future landscapes. We have vast areas of turf grass that we mow that provides very little habitat benefit. And we've tried to strategically determine where those lawn areas aren't totally necessary for uses like picnicking and pickup sports, and where they can then be returned to the native landscape types that were once there. Recently, we've just completed work on a project at Bohemian Flats on the riverfront, which was funded by this committee, and we thank you for that. That project is growing in. It is also an oak savanna. There, we planted a bunch of trees in addition to restoring the grasses and flowers that we expect will provide significant habitat benefit along the Mississippi River. In Minnehaha Park, on the South Plateau, which is an area that stretches, as its name suggests, south from the Minnehaha Falls area, and it's high above the gorge of the Minnehaha Creek. The oak trees are already there. We have very stately 100-plus-year-old oaks and a nearly unbroken canopy area, but it is a park-like turf landscape underneath. So the goal here is to take a significant portion of that South Plateau and replace its turfgrass understory with the kind of savanna understory of grasses and flowers that historically would have been here. This is a park that sees 2.8 million visits every year. It's the fourth most visited regional park in the state. And we think there's an opportunity to really expose people to this landscape. Folks are coming to the falls anyways and wandering throughout the South Plateau. And this is an opportunity to show off what an oak savanna really looks like. The other benefit of this project is that we're leveraging some funding that's coming from local development fees, which is a park dedication ordinance that we have in Minneapolis. So the funding that we're requesting, $242,000, would go exclusively toward the actual restoration activities. And then we're going to match that specifically with another $200,000 of park dedication money, which is going to pay for all the administrative and consulting costs. In addition, to create even more efficiency, this is part of a larger $1.5 million project that's going to do a variety of things within the entirety of Minnehaha Park. So by leveraging that larger project, we can be very efficient, and I think we can get this restoration at an extremely competitive price and also do more acreage for the dollars. So with that, again, in summary, we're looking at trying to restore 5.5 acres of oak savanna as part of a gradual transformation of portions of the Minneapolis park system into the native landscapes that once existed here. With your help, we can take another bite out of the turf grass and turn that into more habitat-rich landscapes. And with that, Chair, I stand for questions.
Any question, members? Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Arvidsson, for your presentation. Good to see you again. Thinking about your project, I've got two big questions. First, given the restoration interest, comparing transitioning from a mowed lawn to an oak savanna, how do you intend to encourage access and prevent the perception or actual exclusion of use on those 5.5 acres once restored? Whether that's real or perceived, people might think that that is a no-go zone. And then we had the benefit of a presentation by Dr. Freilich earlier today discussing genetic resources in bur oak. And to what extent are you thinking about assisted migration of genetic resources from further south, perhaps better adapted to our future climate here in the Twin Cities?
Mr. Arvidsson.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Peichel. These are excellent and complicated questions. I'll maybe tackle the second one first about the assisted migration. I think in this case, for this project, it's really not something that we're looking at extensively, simply because we actually do already have an established oak overstory here. The trees are, these are grand stately oaks that exist today. Though that's an interesting note, I will have to take a look at Mr. Freilich's research on this kind of migration as we look at other projects in the system. In terms of the perception of excluding human use in a restoration area, I think this is something we struggle with a lot in the Minneapolis park system, because that use, there is a danger that we communicate that these places aren't for people. And at the same time, sometimes too much human use actually impacts the habitat. So we're trying to create this balance. And the South Plateau of Minnehaha Park, I think, is a really great opportunity to do this for a couple of reasons. It sees a lot less use in a very heavily used park. There are existing paved trails for bicycles and pedestrians, and even a parkway roadway that moves through this space. So the infrastructure for connecting people kind of in and through the plateau is already there and doesn't necessarily need to change. So the lack of intensity probably makes it successful for the habitat, while the existing trail connections really do invite people in with actual full accessibility. So if you were to walk south from Minnehaha Falls, you would have accessible pathways all the way through the South Plateau. There are areas of turf grass that are really not being used for any recreational activity now. They're purely scenic. And we think that we can take those areas and make them more beneficial for habitat and actually probably also more scenic.
Commissioner Faber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Arvidsson, this isn't a loaded question. Well, it is a little bit. So you're gonna, so we fund this and you restore the Oak Savanna to Oak Savanna. And most anybody knows that, you know, Oak Savanna on the landscape now makes prairie look like it's really commonplace because it's a sub, you know, it's a component of that. And so I think about this every time I hear Oak Savanna because I get really fired up. So you do the Oak Savanna restoration. Is there a particular vertebrate species that was historically once there that if it returned, and I don't mean necessarily that you go and put it out there, but that it shows back up there, that you would consider the Oak Savanna restoration a success? Would there be any particular singular species, mammal or bird, that if it returned, what would it be?
Good for you.
That Chair, Commission member, I don't take that as a loaded question, though it's a bit of a hard one for me personally to answer. So I work closely with our environmental stewardship department. I'm here speaking on behalf of the whole agency, and I know, frankly, a lot less about animals and vertebrate species than they do. We also will be hiring, as usual, a restoration professional as part of this project, funded by the park dedication portion of it. And through that effort, I think we'd be looking at what species to target. I can tell you personally that as a avid birder, I think there are a couple of warbler species that we don't see very often in the Minneapolis park system that we could, the Canada warbler in particular. But in terms of other, especially mammal species, I'm certainly not an expert and probably not qualified to answer that question. So I don't take it as loaded, but it's a tough one for me.
Well, all right, I'm going to give you a B+ for that answer because it was a bird. But the one that comes to mind for me, which, you know, Audubon of Minneapolis is working a lot with, is the red-headed woodpecker, which has declined 90% on our landscape. And that's arguably, there's a lot of different reasons potential, but the biggest one being the loss of Oak Savanna habitat. And you don't need thousands of acres of Oak Savanna to get a pair or two back. I got a local golf course up where I live, and I find at least 2 pairs there, and they're still surviving out there. They're obviously reproducing successfully and stuff. And I think it's an indicator species for Oak Savanna successfully. And I'm not denying the 2 warbler species or the Canada warbler, others, but it's going to be one of our bird friends because they can get back there if the habitat is there a lot easier than our mammalian friends. So just something to tell your environmental people, whatever, if they're not thinking about it. Thanks.
Will do. I'm sorry to jump in, Chair, but I appreciate that advice, and I'll make a note about the red-headed woodpecker right there. I'd forgotten about that one, and we'll make sure that our environmental folks are keeping an eye on that possibility and tailoring the project for success with that particular species.
Right. It's one of those, you know, I remember when I was a kid, I used to see lots of them, and now they're gone, and people maybe don't think about it. Thanks a lot.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Chair Gibson.
I'm not sure I can follow that question. But anyway, we were talking about letting the people and keeping people on or off this Oak Savanna. Signage is wonderful. And if this is the only Oak Savanna there, I hope you will really talk a lot about it. I live around the lakes and is some signage. And I know where there's some volunteer work that goes on, and they do have that area signed. Unfortunately, they also had it mowed. They were not supposed to. But I think signage is great, but also with the signage, you have to update it. And I just think it's a great education experience if you have those many people there, because this is a very critical area that we need to preserve, and you have a great opportunity to educate.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Gibson. I totally agree. We always, when we apply for these, we always debate whether to put the signage in the grant request, or whether to kind of commit to it more in the dissemination portion. And in this case, it's the latter, but the allocation of park dedication funds is driven by actually neighborhood decision making. So the local communities around the park, they've advised our Board of Commissioners to allocate park dedication to doing this type of restoration. They're very engaged in seeing this happen in their neighborhood, and I expect they'll continue to be partners on good interpretive signage and holding our feet to the fire on keeping it updated.
Thank you. I would just like to talk to them. If they don't want to, I'm going to encourage them. So, thank you.
Any question from members? If not, I have a question, then, maybe a remark after that too. I wonder, is this project encompass Minnehaha Creek that is bordered to the Hiawatha Golf Course?
Chair, this project would not touch Minnehaha Creek itself. So the geography of the area kind of extends southward from Minnehaha Falls, and it wouldn't kind of come over the slope into the gorge, or what we call the glen of the creek area below the falls, and then it would not go upstream toward Minnehaha Golf Course at all. It's on the east side of Hiawatha Avenue, so quite far separated from the golf course itself.
Okay, just want to check because I know that the Minnehaha Golf Course, although people have different view on golf course itself in terms of environment, but this golf course in particular is important to the BIPOC community, especially those in Minneapolis. So just thought I'd check on that. So thank you for the information. Any other comment? All right, so thank you, Mr. Everson, for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep. All right, looks like we're here at the good time. I'm gonna go over on our next agenda. Now we're done with all of our presentation. Hooray.
today.
Yeah, and for today. and yeah, thank you. Thank you, members, for your engaged conversation, listening to the presentations. Next on our agenda is there any other businesses? Update from Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, we do have a couple items of other business. The first item on your agendas is the update to our operational procedures to conform with the ML 2024 policy changes. And we do have a copy of the operational procedures in your packets, and it should be marked up. You should see some track changes on there. And I actually need to get that up here as well. Okay, so if you look on page 4, that will be where the first changes are shown on the bottom of page 4. This is under operations, conflict of interest prohibitions and procedures. And this section is being updated again to reflect the change in law that happened this past session. This is new language stating that members may not vote on a motion related to the purchase of land in public ownership, and that the number of votes required for for those kinds of situations to pass is reduced by the number of ineligible members. So this is similar to what was put into place for voting on the package and emerging issues, and this is just now being extended to the vote related to purchase of land under public ownership. On page 5, under the conflict of interest to be managed through procedures, We have some additional changes here, and this is just to clean up our language to make it clearer that conflicts of interest are not just for proposals, but they are also for projects that are funded with the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund. Also, we've put in some language here so that your conflict of interest declarations can be made in an alternate format than a letter being sent to the chairs addressed to the LCCMR office. So this is especially now that we have the checkbox in the online grant management system that you check off during proposals of a review. We just want to make that explicit that that's an allowed way to make your declaration. That is all for the changes, and these would go into effect July 1st. And we just need a motion for approval,
Okay.
unless there are any questions.
And Chair Gibson, you want a motion?
I,
Oh, you did? Okay.
I
Commissioner
make a
Faber.
motion to approve the revised procedures according to Director Nash's handout here. So moved.
Okay, let's have roll call.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, just a couple clarifications or questions. Becca, can you explain the land purchase, public land purchase disqualification again? I'm not quite clear on who are we disqualifying. Is it any of us legislators that would vote on public land that the state of Minnesota would be owning, or I'm not really clear who's getting disqualified from this.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and Senator Westrom, so we have a statute on the books right now that says that ENRTF funds cannot be used to purchase land that's already in public ownership, and it's actually, it's qualified. So it's some kinds of public ownership, or if state money has gone to pay for that land. So ENRTF funds cannot be used to purchase land already in public ownership unless a couple conditions are met. And one of those is that 11 members of the LCCMR approve it. So there is a higher threshold required by LCCMR to approve those kinds of requests. The new language is just saying that if anybody has a conflict of interest with that request, so, say organization is requesting to do that, and one of the LCCMR members serves on that organization's board. Let's just say that. So that member has to recuse themselves. This is just saying that the vote threshold would go from 11 down to 10.
Okay. Okay. So that's the main change of it.
Correct.
And then I have another question. I don't know if it's really related to this. It's more how we calculate or count votes on what projects we designate or fund or at a certain level. So would that be something to bring up after this motion, Becca or Mr. Chair? I'm thinking it doesn't relate to this specific motion.
Is that part of evaluation number 2, Senator Westrom?
Yeah, why don't I wait? Yep.
Okay, great.
Okay, let's vote on the favor motion to update the operational procedure of.
Mr. Chair, quick question.
Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading the information differently than what Director Nash has indicated. And according back to Senator Westrom's question, that under 5B or 5A B, it says the motion relates to an organization which the member has a direct personal financial interests. If commission members prohibited from voting, excuse me, just that portion of the sentence. If the motion relates to an organization which the member has a direct personal financial interest, and what Senator Westrom's question is as legislators, wouldn't they have a direct personal financial interest in the state of Minnesota? Just something that I'm not gonna, we can proceed, but it seems like there's a conflict in the language itself.
Okay, Chair Henson had his hand up. Chair Henson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So legislators are appropriating money to agencies. The intent of this would be relating to the entities that are doing the purchasing. So if there was a member who was an employee of, say, the DNR or the Board of Water and Sewer Resources, or an entity that receives the grant money from that would apply. But it would not be prohibiting the legislators from that appropriation or from that requirement.
Mr. Chair. Just follow up on
yes.
that. I understand thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the intent. I'm just curious if that's what's actually in statute, because it seems to me that legislatures are also paid by the state of Minnesota and then would have a direct personal financial interest. And I think we can just leave it at that and go forward in the vote, but I think might need to revisit that at some point in time. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the author of the provision who wrote that is my intent and was stated during the legislative direction.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, another question I have, and maybe Rep. Hansen can answer, but why are we lowering the threshold from 11 just because of conflict? One or two people have a conflict, but coupled with that, what if 3 or 4 people have a conflict? Let's just say 4. Now our vote will be lowered 1 person per conflict, so we're down to 7 people could pass that. Is that correct? Rep. Hansen?
Chair Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Westrom, that is correct. And the rationale was that if you had 4, let's say you had 6 people gone and you had to achieve 11, you couldn't. So it'd be the supermajority of those that are present and able to vote. The reason this provision is here in 2024 is when we made the change in 2023, we didn't cross-reference the same requirement with the land purchasing. So there wasn't a cross-reference for the same. So we're now treating the land purchase the same as we are for the approval of the package.
And so, Mr. Chair, Representative Hansen, so if a few people were, well, let's not even go to say that a few people were gone, but if there were 4 or 5 conflicts, we'd be down to 6 or 7 members could pass this. I thought the whole idea of a supermajority really is so there's a strong support, because it's something that shouldn't be easy to do. Seems like we're going the opposite direction of that, doesn't it?
Chair Hansen.
Mr. Chair and Senator Westrom, I'd argue it actually makes it harder because you have, you could have just a couple people potentially veto it if you're down to, we want to make sure we remove any conflicts. So the argument of what it takes to pass, it's still a supermajority of those folks. So let's say you're down to 11 people who don't have a conflict. Well, then you've got it actually empowers the minority to block more than the supermajority to pass, because it's harder to hit the supermajority. So the idea here is if there's a conflict, we don't want to have them voting on it. It still takes a supermajority of those that don't have the conflict. Some may see it's tomatoes, some may see it's tomato, but
okay,
that was the idea.
So that answers my next question, Mr. Chair and Representative Hansen. So are we still keeping a supermajority of 11? Let's see, whatever. What is this? 11 out of 17? Is that a 60% threshold or 2/3? It's 60, I think. But do we still have that same threshold? So just a simple majority isn't gonna pass it. Is that right?
Chair Hansen.
Mr. Chair and Senator Westrom. So if everybody's here and nobody has a conflict, then there's, you still have to hit 11. If we had one conflict, then as Director Nash said, you'd have to be at 10. So you still have to get a supermajority of those that are unconflicted.
Okay,
If that's a word, unconflicted.
Okay, and I guess that's where I'm doing the math, Representative Hanson and Mr. Chair. So if you have 4 people that are reduced or are conflicted, 4 off of 17 is 13. And now if you reduce the number of votes from 11 by 4, you're down to 7. So 7 out of the 13 can pass it now, and that's only a mere majority because it'd be 6 opposed, 7 supporting it in that hypothetical situation. So I think we're actually lowering the threshold as I'm doing the math. Where am I figuring wrong, Representative Hanson?
Representative Hanson?
Mr. Chair in Center Westrum, I think your math is right, but I think your concern is wrong. I mean, the idea is we want to have the unconflicted, we want to have unconflicted people voted or non-conflicted people who do not have a conflict. So we're trying to prevent those. And I think it's really a rare instance on this particular provision of conflicts.
And last point, Mr. Chair and Representative Hanson, seems to me we should rather than reduce it on a prorated basis, because you need 60% of the vote to pass. So when we're lowering it by 1, you're lowering it more every time than the supermajority percentage. So that's where I think we're running in, where it becomes all of a sudden we're just making it a majority vote. But that gives me some concern on this. I just wanted to raise it, and I wanted to make sure I was factoring it correctly. So thanks.
All right. Looks like everyone's clear. Thank you, Chair Hanson, for putting this into legislation. You know this best than all of us, better than all of us. So now let's have roll call.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her.
Yes.
Her, yes. Acomb. Acomb, yes. Albrecht.
Yes.
Albrecht, yes. Thacker.
Backer, no.
Thacker, no. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, aye. Green is excused. Heinzman. Heinzman. Hollins.
Collins, yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore.
More yes.
Moore, yes. Pikel.
Michael, yes.
Pikel, yes. Putnam.
Putnam, yes.
Putnam, yes. Reese.
Reese, no.
Reese, no. Westrom.
No.
Westrom, no. Currently, there are 11 yes, 3 no.
Okay, this is the majority of the votes, so motion prevail. Okay, next, agenda for action, Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, we have one more action item, and then maybe we want to check in on the weather tomorrow, as it might relate to our meeting after that. So this is action item B, work plans for projects funded in ML 2024. So a spreadsheet with all of the work plans funded through the 2024 session is provided on the meeting page. The consent agenda is on lines 2 through 98. These are work plans that were accepted by staff with reasonable changes from the original proposals and that are deemed ready for your approval. Any member can pull a project off the consent agenda for further discussion. If you do this, we would suggest having that pulled work plan put on a future agenda so that we have time to get the project manager here to answer any questions if members have them. If you do choose to approve the work plans on lines 2 through 98, we ask that the motion include approving subject to the conditions and notes provided on the spreadsheet. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Faber.
Motion to approve the line items, let's see, consent agenda
2 through 98.
2 through 98. With, did you say something about with the
with the
appropriate
conditions
language
and notes,
as
yep.
included in those
Yes,
line items?
yes.
So moved.
All right, any discussion? Is the hand I see from Senator Westrom apply to this online?
No, Mr.
Okay, so about Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I just related to our last discussion, Director Nash, I have a question for you. Are there any members that have conflicts on this current slate that are precluded from voting on this?
Commission Member Reese, thank you very much, because I think we only had the conflicts for the 2025 process on our website. So Diana, would you be able to grab a 2024 conflict of interest?
Diana, Ms. Griffin.
And I don't know that that prohibition relates to approving of the work plan package. It only relates to the voting on the recommendations package. So I think if you're doing it all in one fell swoop, may not have to worry about it.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If Representative Hansen would care to comment on it, I would appreciate if that's his understanding as well.
Chair Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Reese. So the responsibility for the commission is to make the approvals, to make the recommendation to the legislature, and the provisions on the conflict were related to that. And that includes what we just added last year. So this is approving the work plan. It has already been voted on by the legislature and would not be a recommendation. It's the authority on the approval. And I don't believe that that is cross-referenced because we were the requirements were relating to those recommendations.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hansen.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, so as soon as we're ready, Ms. Griffin's ready, we'll have roll call on the favor motion. Anytime, Ms. Griffin.
Gibson.
Yes.
Gibson, yes. Hanson.
Yes.
Hanson, yes. Her.
Yes.
Her, yes. Acomb. Acomb.
Yes.
Acomb, yes. Albrecht.
Albrecht, yes.
Albrecht, yes. Backer.
Backer, yes.
Backer, yes. Faber.
Faber, aye.
Faber, yes. Green is excused. Heinzman is excused. Hollins.
Hollins, yes.
Hollins, yes. Langseth.
Langseth, yes.
Langseth, yes. Moore.
More yes.
Moore, yes. Peichel.
Michael, yes.
Peichel, yes. Putnam. Putnam.
Putnam, yes.
Putnam, yes. Reese.
Reese, yes.
Reese, yes. Westrom.
Yes.
Westrom, yes. Currently there's 14 yes, 0 no.
Okay, so motion prevail. Okay, looks like we're nearly there.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, I just have a question. If now would be an appropriate time, I wanted to just make sure it's clear on it. But if there's more better time.
Senator Westrom, this may be the perfect time.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. But so Becca, can you just, I'm not 100% clear in reading through how things are calculated as we allocate dollars towards projects. It says we're on on this category H projects, your only option is to put $250,000 in, or the amount of the project, basically. But if you propose a project at a smaller dollar amount, what happens to it? Or if you propose a project at zero, how does it get calculated in the final calculations? Because I'm conflicted or confused on whether it takes, so let's just say out of the 17, 5 people put 0 in on the project, and then there's only 12. How do we average that out? Or if those same 5 people put in let's just say $100,000, do we average it out, or how does it get calculated? Because it looks to me that maybe your vote gets excluded on the number if you don't either fully fund it or if you put a different number in. So do you understand what I'm asking?
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair, Senator Westrom, I think I do. So you might want to think about your allocation as kind of serving 2 purposes. One, by putting a number down other than 0 on a project line, you're I'm going to use a small v vote. You're kind of voting for funding for that project. The second way it's used is by helping to determine the amount at which a project gets funded. By putting a dollar amount down on the line that's not 0, we count up the number of people that put a dollar amount on that line, and that will help determine kind of the rank of the project. It will put the projects in order from high to low number of people selecting that project. And then we'll use the dollar amount. We'll average the dollar amount to get to an average allocation amount. The rules, however, are that if you're going to put money down for a project, if you're going to quote unquote vote for a project, you have to put at least $250,000 in. That's for a large project. If you want to vote, small v vote for a small project, that means $250,000 or less, you have to put in the full amount. And that's kind of thinking that those projects are already small enough, they probably don't have a lot of room to cut down. So those are kind of the 2 conditions. If you put 0 down, if you put nothing down, it does not get included in the average calculation.
Okay, and Becca, is that something did we pass that or decide that, or how did that get decided? And then coupled with that, if I'm hearing you right, even if you put $100,000 down on $1 million project for, let's just say, trail funding through the DNR, that 100,000 wouldn't get counted as thrown out because it's not the minimum of 250. But
Correct.
Those 2 things, if you can blend them together and refresh my memory.
That is correct. So if you put in less than $250,000 for one of those large projects, it will not count towards that project.
Okay, so
Either as a vote or the dollar amount.
When did that get decided? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out too. Is that something we voted on, or is that just something we came up with last time or 2 and that's kind of how it's been calculated? Because I don't know that I fully agree with throwing out a vote, even if your dollar amount is lower than some threshold. But can you refresh my memory on when that got implemented?
Sure, Mr. Chair and members, this is the process that members 3 years ago now kind of worked to put together. And this is the way that we have been doing it the last few years. And each time we've come to the commission before the process starts to make sure everybody understands what the rules are, and people had opportunity to weigh in case they wanted any changes. And so this vote for this method took place at our last meeting.
And then Director Nash, thank you for that. I guess the reason I wanted to bring it up is, I mean, there are some projects that I might not be as enthusiastic about as others, but I wouldn't necessarily put them at 0, but for purposes of calculating, if you want to put a small v vote on something with lower support than others financially, to make sure it stays in the calculation, you'd fund it. Let's just hypothetically use $1 million DNR trail fund that might go out to, it's a scalable project. if I, for instance, didn't support that at $1 million and thought something would be okay, but not anywhere near the million, a 250 number or 300,000 number would be the way to vote for it, but also show that it's a lower priority over some other projects that might be higher priority. Is that a kind of a correct analysis? And if so, I partly want to get it right myself, and partly wanted to make sure everybody kind of understands that as we keep looking through this each day.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and members, I would say yes, and I'm going to ask for staff backup if I say anything wrong here, but I think your two options would be to either, little v vote for it and put in a $250,000. And that would have, theoretically, the project would be then higher on the list because maybe many members are selecting it, but you're bringing the dollar amount down. Or you could choose to not put any money on that. And then that project, theoretically would be lower down on the list. So it's possible that the money would run out before getting to that project. So I think those are kind of the two options I would think about.
Okay, but Becca, if I put 0 on it or less than 250,000, isn't my vote then going to get thrown out and not calculated in the final calculations? So it would be as if only 16 people voted for it with some dollar amount, if assuming everybody else did 250 or above.
Yeah, you're right. If you put in less than $250,000 for a larger project, it wouldn't be counted. So you might want to consider putting that towards a different project so that your vote is counting. Yeah.
All right. And last thing on this, Becca, if you put, let's just say 300,000 instead of 250, it would be counted as 300,000 then, or 500,000. That's also part of the analysis. Is just you can't put $10 on it. Is that right?
Director Nash.
So you have to put at least $250,000, correct?
Okay.
So if you put 300, yeah, if you put $250,000, or if you put $300,000, or just not any more than they're requesting, but any of those dollar amounts will be entered into the calculation of the average
Sure.
allocation amount of those allocating funds to that proposal.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
You bet.
All right, Commissioner Peichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd encourage others to also think about using the comment field if you have specific project-based recommendations for partner connections or feedback on lack of support of certain components. I found that to be very helpful, and it was a way for me to communicate with the rest of the commission, even if I wasn't talking about the proposal specifically.
Director Nash.
Mr. Chair and Commission Member Peichel, thank you for making that comment, and I would just throw in an additional reason to do it, which is it helps to communicate back to proposers, especially if they didn't get funded. People are always asking us why didn't you get funded, and those comments are really what we have to point to. So I encourage you to do that.
Okay, any other remarks or comment, discussion on this motion? Not, we're gonna have Ms. Griffin begin her roll call. Oh, no.
Did we do this already?
Yeah, we did that already.
We did.
Did we do it?
Do it again?
We did that already. Why? Yes, we did that already.
Yeah.
It's a deja vu, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So good. This is the, coming to a close. We're right on the dot, 3:01 right now. So thank you all members and Director Nash. We're gonna talk about the weather. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
So members, I am hearing from our staff who have professional experience watching out for floods. And so this is tapping into their natural resources management expertise. We are getting a heads up that there are some potential extreme weather events tomorrow that could impact morning commute significantly, as well as commute after 5:30. We are planning to be meeting here from 9 to 5:30. 2 rounds of heavy rain, flash flooding is possible. high impact flash flooding. River flooding will worsen. There's a high likelihood of participation in the Twin Cities area especially. So just wanted to throw that out there and maybe see if people have thoughts, especially people who are traveling, if that might impact your presence here tomorrow.
All right, okay.
Okay.
We see shaking head, so,
Okay,
You're
well,
good?
we will, hopefully one of us has four-wheel drive if we get stuck, and we will be here too.
all right. So, and those on remote just stay the same. Just-
Yeah.
Or you can try to come.
Great.
So it sounds
the-
good. We got a plan.
Yep, and the strategic planning subcommittee will meet in 15 minutes, and we will jump off of this Zoom stream, and subcommittee members who are remote will join us from a different Zoom link, and then we will start streaming at 3:15. Can we leave our stuff here?
Okay.
Can
We
can
can.
people leave their stuff here, Diana, overnight? Can people leave their papers here overnight? Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll see you all tomorrow, you know, just
Thank you.